Chapter 23 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 23. In the Grip of an Enemy. The appearance of the third man was as disconcerting as it was mystifying. That he was sleuthing the other two was clear from the stealthy manner of his approach and the care he displayed in taking advantage of every scrap of shelter. He was an adept at the work. More than once the men looked around to make sure they were not followed, and each time, as if by instinct, the other had gone to cover. As they reached the warehouse, the couple became even more cautious, and the spy did not venture to show as much as the tip of his nose. With a last look around, they opened the door quickly and disappeared into the building. I dared not show myself, of course, until I knew what the spy would do, and I felt extremely uncomfortable as I waited. It was some minutes before he ventured any nearer, and then he came down the last lane with cat-like stealth and absolutely noiseless tread, and at first did what I had done, listened intently for any sounds within the warehouse. Presently he stepped back a pace and scrutinized the front, and then turned his attention to the adjoining building. While doing this, he came right up to the rubbish heap behind which I lay, and a few seconds later began to glance about him as if for a place in which to hide. The heap appeared to suggest itself to him in the same light as it had to me, and I saw that discovery was inevitable. I scrambled to my feet, therefore, not willing to be taken at a disadvantage, and without a sound he turned on the instant and bolted up the lane. I was completely mystified by this sudden flight. He was a spy, of course, but whether he had been set on by the police or was shadowing some suspected members of the band, I had no means of even guessing. Nor had I the time. If he was from the police, he would soon be back with help, while if he was one of the men, he would carry the news to his friends that someone else was dangerously interested in the proceedings. It was clear that something was going on inside the place, and I had to find the means of ascertaining whether Althea's father was there. My previous visit had shown me that access to W. Meechan's premises could be obtained without much trouble from the waterfront, and although I was by no means a professional housebreaker, I had no difficulty in finding a way into the unoccupied warehouse. One of the windows was unfastened, and raising this cautiously, I squeezed through. It was a large, empty room, and as dark as a chimney, but I felt all around the walls until I came to a door, and shutting that behind me, I struck a match and found the way out onto the wharf. Then I had a stroke of luck. Tied to the wharf on the opposite side from W. Meechan's was a small boat with the oars in it, and perceiving the possible value of having a means of retreat by the river in case of trouble, I decided to borrow this and fasten it in readiness for use in emergency. I hauled it along to W. Meechan's landing stage and made it fast. The night was very still. The silence on the river was unbroken except for the lapping of the water as it eddied past, and the occasional creak of the small boat as it gritted against the wharf. On my former visit I had noted the position of the two doors opening from the building to the wharf. One was from the warehouse portion, the other from the offices, and the latter was unfastened. I would have given a good deal to have known whether this was due to the carelessness of the obliging young clerk, or whether it had been used that night by those who were in the building. If they were expecting any fresh arrivals by water, the discovery of my boat might be very awkward. Still, I could not stay to count the risks, so I pushed the door open and entered. I remembered that there was a flight of stone steps leading to the upper part, but before going up I crept into the offices and made sure that the men I sought were not there. I found them empty and retraced my steps and crept up the stairs, carefully feeling each step with my hands as I went. At the top the way was blocked by a door. No light showed from the other side of it, however, and after listening intently, I turned the handle very slowly, pausing at each crack it gave until it yielded. It was another big barn of a room with windows looking out over the river. My eyes were now getting accustomed to the darkness, and by the aid of the very faint light from the windows, I made out a heap of empty sacks in one corner. I was crossing toward these on tiptoe when I heard the murmur of voices. Glancing in what I judged to be the direction of the sound, I saw a light through the crack of a door, and after a pause I stole over the sacks and concealed myself among them. It proved a lucky step. I had just lain down under them when the door opened and a man came out. I recognized him as the more reckless of the couple who had been at Ziegler's with the Baron on the night of the murder. The light from the door enabled me to see more of the place. The room from which he came was at the end farthest from the stairs by which I had come up, and between that and the stairs there was another door. I judged that there were 2 offices, each communicating with the big warehouse and probably with one another. This discovery was to prove of much value a little later on. "Hush!" called someone from the room at the noise he made. "To the devil with your hushing!" he muttered with an oath. "Who's to hear?" And he opened the door leading to the stairway and went down. I had had ample proof of his recklessness before, and I knew that if there were any others like him in the company, my life would not be worth a pinch of snuff should they discover me. I lay as still as the sacks which covered me, therefore. Those in the room were of a much more cautious nature, however, than the fellow who had just left them, and although they spoke together, their tones were so low that I could not make out what they said. Occasionally a single word would reach me, but I listened in vain for any indication that the Baron was among them. In my eagerness to ascertain what was being said, I was about to risk crawling to the door when I heard the man returning, and soon learned then why the door leading to the wharf had been left open. "Not a sign of them," he said as he entered to the others. "I expect the plan has missed fire. If I thought he was still fooling us, I'd shoot the old fool off-hand." He left the door wide open, and I could hear distinctly. "Not so loud, Gusson," said someone hurriedly. "Your voice carries so." "I wish it would carry to that cursed Englishman and bring him here to the old lunatic's rescue." "We have no proof. It is only your guesswork." "I want no more proof than we have. Who else was likely to betray us? Tell me that. Who else would have been able to get that cursed news into the papers and have the plans about the ship changed? Wasn't he a newspaper man of some sort? Tell me that. And how else could he get the news except from that blabbering old fool in the corner there when he was at his house?" "The news came from Paris." "Paris be hanged!" he cried fiercely with an oath. "How could they know in Paris if someone here hadn't told them from Berlin? Tell me that." There was a long pause, during which one of the men struck a match and began to smoke. So Althea's father was there all the time, and this meeting had apparently been held for my punishment rather than in connection with the meditated outrage. He was suspected of having betrayed everything to me, and my trick of getting the news published had been guessed. "We shall have to give it up for tonight, Gusson," said the man who had spoken before. "They have failed to get him to come." "Why don't they come back and say so, then?" "They may have been stopped in some way, or perhaps they came while we were away." "Schmidt has been here all the time taking care of the old fool there, or are you another of the white-livered ones?" "I've been here all through, of course. You needn't talk like that to me," said a man who had not spoken before. Gusson laughed. "I shall say what I please and you can do what you like." I wished with all my heart that the man would have started a quarrel, but he appeared to be afraid and held his tongue. "I don't mean to stay here all night," said the former speaker, whom I judged by his voice to be an older man than the others. "It isn't safe." "What will you do with our other precious leader, then?" was the reply, with a very scornful reference to the unfortunate Baron. "He can be kept here. There's plenty of room in the cellars." "If you do go, we shan't want more than enough room to bury him. You can take my word for that," was the retort with a brutal laugh. "I won't have any violence here, Gusson." "Then you'd better stop and prevent it. I shall keep my word, but you know that pretty well by this time, I fancy." The man addressed shifted uneasily and his chair scraped on the floor. "You'll do what I say, Gusson," he replied with an effort to put authority into his voice. "Then you'll have to say what I say, that's all. I haven't come here tonight for fun. Do you suppose there will be no violence, as you call it, if they succeed in persuading the Englishman to come here to the rescue of the old dotard? Tell me that." "Nothing must be done here anyway." Gusson swore contemptuously. "Well, it doesn't matter. You haven't seen him and I have, and you can take it from me that he isn't the man to take what's in store for him here without putting up a fight for his life." This unexpected tribute to my fighting instincts was flattering perhaps, but I knew what lay behind it, and it came out the next instant. "I may as well tell you what I mean to do. If they get him here, I shall shoot him straight away without wasting any time in talk." "You're too reckless. You'll get us all into trouble." "Reckless?" he repeated with a curt laugh. "I'm not reckless enough to give him a chance at me." It was a novel experience to listen to the plans for one's own murder, and I found it sufficiently depressing. I knew that the fellow was quite capable of making his words good, and that when we two did meet, it would be a question of which of us was the handier with his weapon. That the others were against the violence he threatened with such sinister bluntness would not help me in the least. He would not let their reluctance stand in the way of his purpose. He had persuaded himself that I was the traitor who had balked their plans, and was fully set upon taking my life in revenge. My plight was indeed about as desperate as it could be, and what to do constituted the toughest problem I had ever to face. There were 3 courses. One was to sneak out of the place and fetch the police, taking the risk of what might happen to Althea's father when they came, or in the interval before I could get them here. Another was to wait where I was, trusting to my luck to prevent my being discovered. In this event I should have to run the risk of allowing the other men who had gone for me to return, and to hope that the milder counsels of the elder man would prevail in regard to the Baron. The third was the bolder course of facing the 3 men there and then, before the party was enlarged. I decided at once against the first. The delay might prove fatal to Althea's father, for the man Gusson was quite capable of knocking him on the head or shooting him when he found that he was to be balked of his revenge on me. The same objection applied to the second alternative, and even more strongly. He might insist upon being left in charge of the old man, and in that event I could not entertain a doubt that Althea would never see her father again alive. The third course appeared at first sight the most dangerous, but was not so in reality. There were only 3 men in the room beyond, and 2 of these were opposed to Gusson's policy of violence, and with him I need have no scruples, and should have the advantage of surprise. I was very unwilling to take life, and the reluctance was so strong that, although I felt perfectly justified in creeping up to the room and shooting him before he saw me, I could not persuade myself to do it. but I would shoot him with no more compunction than I would have shot a dog the instant he made any sign of an attempt to harm me. I decided, therefore, that the bolder course was also the safer, and I began to edge myself free from the sacks under which I lay concealed. In doing this, I made enough noise to attract the attention of the men. "What's that?" It was Gusson's voice, and he sprang to his feet. "I heard nothing," said the other man. Gusson came out and stood listening. I could have shot him then and ended the affair, but my reluctance to kill a man in cold blood stayed my hand. "It must be the boat," he murmured, turning back for a moment into the room. "I'll go down and see. They may want my help, and we may be able to use your river scheme after all." "Don't do anything rash, Gusson. A shot out there in the night would rouse the whole city. For God's sake, man, be cautious." "Oh, to hell with your caution," he muttered as he came out again and went to the stairs. "If I don't come back, you'll know I've taken him down the river." In a second I had another scheme, and that one pleased me better. The only really dangerous man here was Gusson, and I resolved to follow him and tackle him alone. He all but closed the door of the room after him, and I slipped from my shelter and crept as noiselessly as I could after him. One of the others heard me, however, and just as I reached the head of the stairs, he came out to listen. "I'm sure I heard something. They must have come. Should we go down? I'm afraid of Gusson's rashness." "Oh, leave him to himself." This was from the man whom Gusson had called Schmidt, and who had spoken so little, and at that his companion returned to the room. I crept down the stairs, pausing now and then in the half-hope that Gusson would return, when I should have a double advantage in my attack: surprise and a greater height from which to strike. But I reached the door leading to the waterfront before I saw him. He was standing on the edge of the wharf, his figure silhouetted sharply against the sheen of the gliding river, shading his eyes as he looked anxiously upstream for some sign of those he was awaiting so impatiently. I was on the point of making my rush for him when he turned and looked straight in my direction. I thought he saw me and held my breath in expectation of his attack, but I had presence of mind enough to remain as still as a stone figure. Then he turned away, and I concluded that I had been too deep in the shadow of the doorway for his eyes to pierce the darkness. He moved off toward the end of the wharf, and then I saw him start and stare down intently at the river below. He had discovered the boat which I had fastened there, and he stooped down to examine it closely. Intent upon this, he did not hear my steps as I crossed toward him, and when he rose I was close to him and had him covered with my revolver. His surprise was so complete that he all but staggered backwards into the river. "The Englishman!" he exclaimed with a foul oath as his hand went to his pocket. "You won't move," I said in a low, tense tone. He recovered his coolness on the instant. "You daren't fire here," said he. "You'll see that if you move." "How did you get here?" "Turn around with your back to me." "What for? What do you want to do?" "Do as I tell you. Quick." For a moment he hesitated whether to try the trick of a fight for it, but with a shrug of the shoulders he obeyed. "Now get down into that boat." He paused again and again obeyed. "Throw those oars out here," I rapped out sternly. I knew he had a revolver on him and watched him like a lynx. "Well, it's a fine night for the river," he said carelessly as he picked up one of the oars and tossed it on the wharf. I went a little nearer to the edge to watch him more closely as he picked up the other, not for a second suspecting his intention. "Same place as the other?" he asked in the same indifferent tone. "Don't fool with me," I cried. But he did. Just as he seemed about to toss the oar to the side of the other, he swung it around and thrust it violently into the pit of my stomach. A fool in my unpreparedness, I staggered, my pistol dropped from my hand, and the next instant he was back on the wharf with his hand at my throat. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 24. From Peril to Peril. Gusson was a very heavy-built man, as well as much more muscular than I, and I should not have had 1 chance in 10 against him in a struggle, even had the conditions been equal. But they were anything but equal. I had allowed myself to be caught at such a disadvantage that the fight was as good as finished even before it had begun. At the mere force of his rush upon me, I went down like a throttled puppy, choking vainly for breath as his fingers played a lively tune on my windpipe. I knew that he meant to have my life, and I have never been so near death as when I lay staring helplessly up into his eyes, ablaze with the joy of victory and drunk with the lust for vengeance. My first effort was a desperate attempt to drag his hands from my throat, but although I put out all my strength and squirmed and wriggled and twisted to elude his grip, I could do nothing. His arms were twice as thick as mine and quite as hard, and to stop the twistings of my body he knelt on me, pressing his knees into my ribs and stomach until I thought the bones would crack. I made frantic struggles for breath under the grim iron ruthless grip of his steely hands, and as I felt the blood congesting in my brain and the deadening sense of suffocation growing, I abandoned all hope and had no longer power to offer resistance. But even at that instant the lock turned. I was throwing out my hands wildly in vague convulsive movements when my left hand struck against my revolver. On the instant, hope and the love of life revived. To distract his attention, I recommenced to struggle, using my right hand only, and just as he was lifting me up to dash my head against the ground and finish the thing, I fired and shot him in the head. Death was instantaneous, I think. His grip relaxed, and he was falling forward on top of me when I had just sufficient strength left to push him to one side. I lay still for some moments, incapable of movement, while the effects of the struggle and my terrible fight for breath continued. And at length I sat up, dazzled, dizzy and bewildered, until the instinct of self-preservation roused me to effort. I scrambled to my feet and stood, staggering and shaking like a drunken man, as I looked down at the still body and wondered in a vague, dreamy way what I had better do with it. I was, in very truth, drunk with the peril through which I had passed, and with the relief of my unexpected escape from death. Then I remembered the men in the room above, and wondered if they had heard the shot fired, and what they would do in consequence. I had still the work to do which had brought me to the place. For Althea's sake I must go through with it, and the thought of her put fresh strength into me. My antagonist was lying close to the edge of the water, and this started an idea. I staggered along to the end of the landing stage, unfastened the boat, and dragged it close to where he lay. Then, having taken the precaution to exchange revolvers that he might appear to have killed himself, I bundled him into the boat and thrust it out for the stream to carry it where it would. All the time I had been wondering dimly why the men above had not come out to learn the reason of the shot, and now I began to wish they would come. I was recovering mastery of both wits and muscles, and perceived that if they would but help me by coming down, I could easily drive them into the river at the point of the revolver to swim for their lives. In this hope I waited for what seemed a long time, but either they had not heard the shot, or they were afraid to venture down. When they did not come, there was nothing for it but for me to go up again to them. Now that the one desperate man, Gusson, was dead, I feared them no longer. The other man's persistent urging of caution and the other's fear of Gusson led me to believe that they were of the order of men who can plan trouble for others to do, but don't care to take a hand in carrying it out. As they would probably conclude that any noise I made was caused by Gusson returning, there was no need for any particular caution, so I ran up the stairs and crossed to the room with a firm tread. "Was that a shot just now, Gusson?" asked the elder man. "You weren't fool enough to fire at this time of night outside?" He had barely finished the question when I entered the room, bringing them both to their feet with a cry of surprise. "Who's Gusson?" I asked, "and where's the Baron von Ringheim?" "It's the Englishman." This was from the man of few words, and he clapped his hand to his pocket, so I covered him. "You can take it out and lay it on the table there," I said sternly. He fumbled at his pocket in hesitation, but a slight movement of my weapon decided him, and he laid a revolver on the table, which I pocketed. "Put your hands up, Hugh," I said to the other. He was a man of some 50 years of age and stood staring aghast at me. But he put his hands up and I ran through his pockets to make sure he was not also armed. He was not. "Now we can talk with less strain. You sent for me to come here to help the Baron. I'm here to do it." Both were still all but speechless with amazement. "What do you mean?" faltered at length the elder man. "Wasn't it you who sent for me?" He fell back into his chair and stared at me in silence, passing his hand across his brow distractedly. "You'd better begin to think a bit. If you didn't send for me, I shall come to the conclusion that you meant to harm him, and in that case we shall quarrel." Yes, I did send for you," he answered hesitatingly. "We have managed to save him from the anger of some of those who meant to harm him." "Then hand him over to me and I'll relieve you of your guard. Where is he?" He half turned toward the corner in where I saw the poor old man lying bound. "He was very violent and we had to restrain him or he would have run into danger." "You make a poor show as a liar. But never mind, release him." "We can do it safely now," he said to his companion, adding to me very nervously, "I am not lying. We have saved his life." "Quick," I said sternly. "As for your not lying, I have been concealed in the warehouse there long enough to hear what has passed." "Then you know what has become of our friend?" he asked as the other began to set the Baron free. "He has gone off in a boat." "But that noise, that pistol shot, was it a shot? It may bring the police here to us." "I should think it's very likely. You'll be able to tell them how you saved this old man's life," I replied dryly. "Not that there seems to be much life left in him," I added as the Baron was brought up to the table and the light of the lamp fell on his bloodless features. It was like the face of the dead. He was unconscious, and I laid him in full length on the table and set to work rubbing his hands and chafing his limbs to restore the circulation. While doing this, I found the bomb in his pocket and transferred it to mine. "If he is dead, you will answer for it," I said, hot with rage against them. I could detect no pulse, and my efforts to restore him appeared to have no effect. "We have not harmed him, I swear that," declared the elder man. "Well then, you'd better do your best to restore him." "He's in your hands now. I cannot remain here any longer." "Can't you?" The look with which I accompanied the words was enough, and the two of them fell to work with me on the instant. We succeeded in bringing him round at length, but he was as helpless as a newborn babe, and to get him away from the place by any means short of carrying him was impracticable. What to do perplexed me infinitely. The time was running away fast, and this threatened a double trouble. The men who had gone in search of me might return, or the police might arrive, either roused by the shot which had killed Gusson, or brought by that spy whom I had seen on my arrival. Either event would be fatal to me. To add to my exasperation, I saw how, fool-like, I had myself destroyed what would have been a feasible means of escape. If I had not sent that boat off with its ghastly burden, I could have used it now, and I cursed myself for my stupidity. To get another was impossible. I could not leave the place to go and hunt for one, neither could I send the others. I might whistle for a sight of either of them again if once he got his nose outside. And so far as I could tell, the old man would not be fit to walk for hours. That we should remain there all that time was out of the question, of course. But I had to do something, and at length decided to carry him down to the waterside, let the two men go where they would, and hunt up some means of getting the Baron away by water. "You must carry him down to the air," I said. I was compelled to make them do it, lest they should attempt some treachery. Both were only too glad of the chance to escape thus offered them, and they were in the act of picking him up when sounds from below reached us. They dropped him again, and stood looking at one another and shaking with fear. It flashed on me instantly that the police had come, and in order that I might have a plausible tale to tell and appear to have been threatened by my two companions, I ordered them back into a corner of the room and drew out my revolver again. "Don't you move so much as a finger," I cried. My intention was, of course, to act as if I had rescued the Baron. But I blundered. It was not the police. 3 men came hurrying up the stairs and into the room, and in one of them I recognized the fellow who had been with Gusson at Ziegler's house on the night of the murder. He recognized me at the same instant. One of the 3, not understanding the position and addressing the elder of the 2, exclaimed as he entered, "We haven't got him, General." "But we have. There he is," cried his companion. The pause of surprise was broken by a laugh from one of the newcomers. "What the devil does all this mean?" he asked. At this point the cowardice of the man they had called the General promised to stand me in good stead. Watching me carefully lest I should carry out my threat to shoot him, he stepped forward a pace and said, "There has been a great mistake. Gusson was wrong, and there has not been any treachery. We were just about to leave here." But this statement was received with a jeering scoff. "Where are your wits, General?" cried the man who had spoken first, and who appeared to exercise some amount of authority. "We all know that someone betrayed us, and Fritz Gusson was right. It could only be this man." He jerked his hand in my direction. "And we know where he got it from." And he emphasized this with a nod toward the old Baron, lying so still and white on the table. "Didn't he tell us so himself?" "He does not know what he says. He's out of his mind," was the reply, and for a while they wrangled. "Well, where's Gusson? He can settle this between us," said the newcomer after a while. "He has gone," and the speaker added the story about the supposed shot and subsequent disappearance of Gusson. The men listened very intently and kept shooting back angry faces of suspicion at me. They guessed what had occurred. "Where is he?" they demanded, turning to me when the General finished. I was on the horns of a dilemma. If I made any show of force, I should be giving the lie to the General's statement. "He went off down the river to look for you," I answered. "Down the river?" cried another quickly. "You hear that?" "Well, up the river, then," I said sullenly. "You shot him, that's the truth," came the retort, sharp as a pistol report. This appeared to give me the opportunity I sought of being able to take out my revolver without any apparent hostile intention. "Here's my revolver. You can see for yourself it hasn't been fired." But it was as bad a blunder as I could have made. One of them craned his neck forward as if to satisfy himself of the truth of what I had said, and then gave a cry of rage. "It's Gasson's pistol. There's his mark on it. I know it." The rest followed his pointing finger. "Well, anyway, it's loaded in all 6 chambers, and it's the only one that's going to be drawn now." I spoke very coolly and watched the 3 newcomers closely. "What about no treachery now?" cried one, turning to the elder man. "You've brought this on yourselves by suspecting me. You'd better go before there's any trouble," I said to the 3. If I could get rid of them, the others would give little trouble enough. "You'd better go," said the general nervously. They were perplexed what to do, and stood hesitating near the door. The sight of my weapon had a very wholesome restraining effect. One of them began to back out, and it looked as if I was going to get my way and frighten them off. But just as this appeared most probable, and I was beginning to breathe more freely again, trouble came from the man Schmidt, whom I had treated with contemptuous indifference as of no account. He had been standing in the corner to which I had thrust him on the arrival of the others, and had not spoken a word. I had almost forgotten him indeed, but I was to pay for that forgetfulness now. As I stood facing the others, he was on my left hand, and he hurled something at me with great force. It struck my revolver hand, and the weapon dropped. When I recovered my surprise, I was looking down the barrels of 3 pistols pointing straight at my head. "No shooting here, Marx," cried the elder man earnestly. "It isn't safe." "Why didn't you say that when he was covering us?" was the angrily spoken reply. "He shall pay for Gasson's death." But the terror of the consequences made the man earnest, and for a second he stood right in the way of the pointed weapons. They pushed him hurriedly aside, but I had been able to use the moment. I clapped my hand to my pocket, feeling for the weapon I had annexed, but instead I felt the bomb I had taken from the old baron, and raised it high so that all should see it, just as the man was thrust to one side. "I'll send him to hell for that," declared the more daring man. "Then we'll all go there together," I cried in a ringing voice. "I can do it with this." One of them fired at once, and that I was not killed was due only to the general's terror. He threw up the fellow's arm as he fired. "For God's sake!" he exclaimed. "Are you all mad?" "You fool!" was the reply. "The thing's only a sham." Again he was being pushed aside when another man came rushing in. "The police!" he cried, and at the same instant we heard a loud peremptory knocking at one of the street doors below. In a moment panic held every man in the room in its thrall. Dead silence fell on us. But I doubt if any of them was more utterly confounded than I, or more desperately embarrassed. To fall into the hands of the police was better than to be shot down like a dog, but it meant 100 hazards for me to be caught under such circumstances. We all stood staring at one another like a set of wax figures, the common peril knitting us together in a bond of panic. Then the knocking was repeated with even louder clamour than before. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. An awkward plight indeed. The second clamor of the police at the doors below brought me to my senses, and luckily I was the first man to throw off the apathy of alarm which their coming had caused. If any of us were to escape, it could only be by the river, and I set about making a desperate attempt to get away by that means and to take the Baron with me. As I had had to carry my life in my hands when coming into the building, and had been fully alive to the fact that my safety might depend upon my knowing how to get out of it again without even a second's hesitation, I had observed with scrupulous care the means of exit. The room in which we all were was the larger of the pair of offices, the two doors of which I had seen when hiding in the outer warehouse. The partitions were of rough matchboarding, and I noticed now that the door fastened with a spring lock. The only light we had was from a lantern standing on the table, and my first step was to knock this off the table. I used the instant of consternation which followed to spring at the fellow who had entered last and was holding the door, thrust him away, and slam the door. The hubbub and confusion which followed were indescribable, and the air reeked with the curses and execrations of the men, who appeared to have only a very slight acquaintance with the plan of the place. They were all jammed together in a body close to the door, and struggling, swearing, and fighting one another in their frantic efforts to get out. Not one of them had a thought to spare for the helpless old man on the table, and I picked him up and ran through to the smaller room beyond. One of the five had known of this other exit, and he was at the door as I reached it. He got out before me and turned to call to the rest. Which of them it was I don't know, but I struck at him and hit him hard enough to send him sprawling along the floor of the warehouse, and before he could regain his feet, I was well on my way down the stairs to the wharf. The police, meantime, were thundering at the doors, which led out upon the lane, and beginning to break them in, and as I reached the bottom, I heard the men above rushing after me down the stairs. It was a question of seconds now. I slammed behind me the door which led out on to the wharf, and a glance showed me where the boat lay in which the men had arrived. I darted to it, slid the Baron into the bows, and with my heart in my mouth cast the painter loose and jumped in, just as the rest of the men came streaming out on to the wharf. They gave a yell of rage as they caught sight of me, and one of them, the brute who had been so intent on taking my life, ran along the stage and jumped after me. I had not been able to push the boat off any distance, but had seized hold of one of the oars. He landed in the boat, nearly capsizing her, but before he could recover his balance, I thrust the end of the oar into his stomach and sent him overboard. The next instant I was pulling downstream for my life. The wharf and all upon it were soon lost in the gloom, and the sounds of a struggle, presumably between my late companions and the police, grew gradually fainter and fainter as I increased the distance between us. I had succeeded in escaping for the moment, but my troubles were by no means over. The men whom my flight had so enraged would tell the police all about me and the direction in which I had gone, and in a short time the river would be alive with parties searching for me. To remain in the boat for long was therefore out of the question, and yet I could not leave it safely. The trouble was, of course, what to do with my companion. But for him, I would have landed at once and have made my way home. But he could not walk a step, and indeed, when I stopped rowing for a moment to examine him, I found that he was once more unconscious. I considered very carefully whether the really best course in both our interests would not be to abandon him and get my story of all that had occurred to Felderman, or even to Herr Borsen. It was all important that I should get my version of the affair to the authorities first, and I was confident that the knowledge I possessed in regard to von Felsen would enable me to secure the Baron's pardon as well as clear myself. But I could not face Althea and tell her that I had found her father, that he was desperately ill, but that I had left him drifting in an open boat on the river while I made sure of my own skin. I must find some other plan than that. By hook or crook, I must manage to get him to some sort of shelter. Where to look for one, or even how to set about the search, puzzled me consumedly. My vague idea was that I might be able to discover some cottage where a few marks would secure what was wanted, and as it was certain that nothing of the sort would be found down the stream and in the middle of the city, I pulled across the river, and hugging the banks as closely as practicable, I doubled on my tracks and rowed as hard as I could upstream. I did not get through without a couple of disquieting scares. I had been rowing for a long time and was resting to take breath when I heard the sound of oars in the distance. I could not be certain whether the sound was coming up or down the stream, so I paddled quietly into the side, shoved the nose of the boat into some reeds on the bank, and lay down. It proved to be a false alarm, however. The boat was coming downstream, and I judged it to be either some early fishermen or some peasants taking produce down to the market. But this decided me to abandon the river at once. It was now close to the dawn, and if we were seen, the news would be told to anyone in pursuit, and my thought was to destroy all traces of our course by sinking the boat. I rowed across the river again, therefore, and picked up my companion and carried him ashore. This roused him, and as I laid him down, he began to babble and chatter with all the inconsequence of an imbecile. I then undressed and pushed off into the river again, drew out the bung, and wedged the oars under the thwarts. When the boat was nearly full, I plunged into the water, hung onto the stern until she sank, and then swam ashore. While dressing, I felt the bomb in my pocket and the revolver which I had taken from the men in the warehouse. The Baron had been watching me with the intent stare of lunacy, but the moment his eyes fell on the bomb, some chain of thought appeared to be linked up in his bewildered wits, and he came at me and tried to get possession of it. But I flung it far out into the river and sent the revolver after it. This appeared to enrage him, for he began to fight with me with more strength than I could have believed possible after his experiences of the long night of hardship, and kept up an incessant stream of angry invective. In the midst of it, I heard the throbbing of an approaching launch, and knew at once that this time it must be the police. There was sufficient light now for anyone on the river to be able to see us where we were, especially if any sound of his voice attracted their attention. It was an awkward predicament, and a dangerous one too. I had no alternative but to use force. Some bushes were close by, so I caught him up in my arms, thrust one hand over his mouth, and dragged him to shelter, where I had to lie at full length upon him to keep him quiet until the launch had passed. I told him that the police were close upon us, but he would not or could not understand, and he writhed and wriggled to free himself the whole of the time the launch was passing, and indeed until the snort of its engines was no longer to be heard. When I released him, he got up and tried to rush away, and again I had to drag him back and use force to hold him. But his efforts had weakened him considerably, or perhaps the paroxysm of rage had passed, for he lay comparatively quiet while I tried to think what to do next. I was some miles from the city, in a district of which I knew nothing. The light was strengthening every minute. I had a madman to take charge of, and must either get him back safely and secretly to my house, or at least find some sort of shelter where he could remain under supervision. The first step was, of course, to get far enough away from the river bank not to be seen by anyone on the lookout for us. But nothing would induce him to leave the waterside. He retained in his poor crazed brain some remnants of recollection of the scheme to destroy the cruiser, and the fact that it had to be done on the river, and for this purpose the impulse to stay near the water was irresistible. I tried to reason with him, and to make him understand the danger of his being arrested. Every argument and persuasion I could think of, but it was absolutely useless, and when at length I essayed to force him to come away, he set up struggling and yelling. I had to employ force again. I fastened my handkerchief over his mouth as a gag, for his cries were loud enough to be heard at some distance, and then carried him away across some fields for some few hundred yards. I began to consider again very carefully whether in both our interests it would not be best for me to abandon him and hurry back to the city alone. But I could not bring myself to desert the helpless old man. I must find some other plan than that. I must get him to some sort of shelter, and that one consideration must determine everything else. Another spell of weakness followed my last exercise of force, and when I took off the gag and released my hold of him, he remained quiet. I sat and watched him, hoping that he would sleep, and that the sleep would to some extent soothe his excitement and reduce his delirium. He did fall asleep, and for an hour or so I watched him. He started every now and then and talked a little, murmuring some fragments of sentences. I heard Althea's name and mine and stray references to his country, but I paid little attention. The truth was, I myself was so overcome with fatigue that it was with the utmost difficulty I could keep my eyes open. When he woke, he was much calmer and spoke almost rationally. I explained the position, and he seemed to understand it. And when I said our safety depended upon our getting to some place of shelter, he agreed. But I noticed that he would not look me in the face, and kept eyeing me furtively with quick, stealthy glances, lowering his head each time I looked at him. This was a small matter, however, and as he rose steadily to go with me, I was more hopeful than I had been at any time before. But I found that I was used up. I could scarcely drag one leg after the other, and when after some time I saw a cattle shed with the door invitingly ajar, the desire for rest, the imperative need for it, indeed, took too strong a hold of me to be resisted. I found some fodder lying in one corner of the place, and on this he lay down immediately, declaring that he was worn out. In the hope that the rest, even without sleep, would serve to refresh me, I sat up and watched, while he slept as quietly and peacefully as a child. But nature would not be denied, and when I caught myself nodding drowsily, I fastened his wrist to mine with my handkerchief, and lay back with an intense sigh of relief. I was a light sleeper at all times, and was confident that the least movement of my companion would rouse me. My confidence was misplaced, however. I must have slept very soundly, for when I woke the sun was high in the heavens, streaming in through the wide open door, and a man, presumably the owner of the barn, was standing over me with a pitchfork in his hand, demanding very angrily what I meant by sleeping there. And the Baron was gone. One end of the handkerchief was still fastened to my wrist, but the other was dangling loose. "You'll come to the police, you rascal," cried the farmer. "Who are you, and what the devil do you mean by being here? Where did you come from?" He flung the questions at me as I sat up, rubbing my eyes and blinking stupidly at him. I made an effort to rise, but he threatened me with the fork. "Lie still, or you'll have something else than bread in your belly for breakfast," he threatened. I saw the force of the argument and obeyed. "I am sorry you take it so ill. I have done no harm, and—" I began, but he cut me short. "No harm, you dirty rascal. It's scoundrels like you that are the pest of the country. Lazy, loafing tramps, sneaking about and stealing whatever you can lay your hands on." And he let himself go on what was evidently a sore subject with him. His fury was all out of proportion to the cause of it, even supposing I had been the tramp he deemed me. To argue with anyone in such a rage as possessed him at that moment was obviously useless, however, so I let him storm and abuse me as he pleased. While he held that fork, I knew that any retort from me might make him use it. He mistook my calmness for fear, and as he warmed to the congenial work of abusing me, he grew more threatening with his weapon, and flourished it about in such a way that I expected any moment to find it plunged into my body. I simulated dire alarm, and cringed and winced at his gestures in a way that gave him huge delight. But it also led him to give me the chance for which I was waiting, and when at last an opportunity came, I dragged the fork out of his grasp, jumped to my feet, and placed myself between him and the door. For once, at any rate, I traded on somebody else's evil reputation. The farmer ran rapidly down the scale through surprise to almost abject fright. He stood shaking in every limb, with his eyes darting from the fork to my face, as if he expected me to treat him to the same sort of breakfast as that with which he had so glibly threatened me. "I didn't mean it," he stammered. "I know you have done no harm. It'll be all right, my man. You can go. I'm glad you've changed your tone, but you've made a mistake about me. I hope you can see that." I do, he cried readily, his eyes still fixed warily on the pitchfork. I turned and tossed it away behind me, and he heaved a sigh of relief. "If I have done any harm, I'll pay you," I said, taking out some money. "How much? 5 marks? 10 marks? By the way, what time is it? My watch has stopped." And I pulled it out with a view to impress him still further. It had the due effect, and his manner changed again, but he was not quite free from suspicion. "I do not charge for such a trifle," he said, with an air of nervous apology mingled with doubt. "I am quite willing to pay you, and quite able to, and if you can give me some breakfast, not of that sort," I laughed as I pointed round to the fork, "I shall be happy to pay for that also. I lost my way in the night, and overcome with fatigue, I lay down to sleep. I had a friend with me, but he must have got up and gone out while I slept. Here, you'll want this, I suppose," and I picked up the fork and handed it to him. "Shall we walk up to your house? If I had seen it in the night, we should have knocked you up." As I handed him the fork, he looked at me, and then a smile spread slowly over his broad face, as my easy manner drove home the conviction that I really was not the desperate character for whom he had mistaken me. "You can have some breakfast, and welcome, but it's nearer dinner time. It's close to midday." I wound up my watch and set it to the correct time, which he gave me. "I suppose you haven't seen anything of my friend?" I asked carelessly. "No, at least no one who has said anything about having a friend anywhere about here. But we had a stranger at the house this morning asking for some food, but he's a very old man and ill." It was the Baron, right enough, and the good news excited me greatly. "That's the man," I cried eagerly. "He is ill. Let's push on to the house at once." And I hurried on at a rapid pace. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. A Charge of Murder. The farmer lumbered along at my side for a while, puffing and blowing hard, and as we climbed a hilly field we had to call a halt. "I'm not so young as you," he said, gasping and wiping his forehead. "I'm very anxious to get to my friend," I replied. He didn't seem very anxious to see you. At least he didn't say anything about any friend. But it was a hint from him which sent me down to that barn of mine to look for you." "What did he say?" I asked, seeing that there was something behind his words. "We've had a very rough character about these parts for some time past. A rascal that has been robbing right and left, and has knocked one or two of the neighbours on the head, and I was speaking of him to my wife before the old stranger, and he turned and said he had seen a man of that sort in the barn there." I laughed, but held my tongue. "You must excuse me, but is there anything funny about the old gentleman? He is a gentleman, of course. I could see that in a twinkle." The question gave a hint of the line to take. "Did you notice anything odd about him then?" "It's not for me to talk, of course, but my wife thought he was a bit strange in his head." "Poor old fellow," I replied in a tone of commiseration. "Ah, I thought as much," was the answer with a note of self-satisfaction. "My wife isn't often wrong. Are you in charge of him, so to speak?" "He is in my charge just at present, but I'm not his keeper, if that's what you mean. He's as harmless as a child, but he fancies himself a desperate conspirator. He's a noble. He told us that, but we didn't believe him. It's true, and of course his people are well able to pay handsomely for anything that is done for him." The bait was taken readily. "I shall be glad to help, of course, if I can." "If he's still at the house, you can. I want to get on to the city and send his friends out for him. If you could look after him meanwhile, you could name your own price, and I'll pay you something on account of it. I suppose he really is harmless. I mean, he wouldn't be likely to give any trouble if we kept him in the house." "Oh, no chance of it, and certainly not if you or I were in the room with him, although of course I must get on to the city. I suppose 2 or 3 20-mark pieces would pay you for a lost day." "I should think it would be worth 5, he replied, with Teutonic aptitude for driving a bargain. "It's a lot of money, but we'll make it the 5 with an extra one for the wife, if she looks well after him. I always like the wife to have something." We came in sight of the house soon after that, and with intense satisfaction I saw the Baron sitting by the door, basking in the sunlight. Fearing that possibly he might take fright when he saw me and run away, or do something to scare the farmer from the bargain, I gave the latter a couple of gold pieces as an earnest, and sent him on ahead to get the Baron up into a room. There was no difficulty. He went up to the Baron, who greeted him with a condescending smile. They spoke together, and I breathed a sigh of fervent thanksgiving when the two went indoors. That load was lifted from my shoulders, and I followed to the house after an interval. Over a hearty meal, I heard that the Baron had been put to bed, where he had fallen fast asleep. I did my utmost to ingratiate myself with both the farmer and his wife, and laughed as heartily as he himself did when he told her how he had treated me in the barn. And with a promise that they should be relieved of their charge as soon as possible, I sent off in the farmer's cart for the nearest station on my way back to the city to relieve Althea's anxiety and send her out to her father's assistance. The stroke of good luck in finding a shelter for him had raised my spirits, and as I paced up and down the platform of the little by-station, where I had to wait over an hour for the train, I was able to view with comparative ease of mind the complications which still beset me. My first step was obvious. As soon as I had seen Althea, I could get an interview with Herr Borsen and make a clean breast of everything, both in regard to myself and von Felsen. I was convinced in my own mind that the man who had fired that shot at me after leaving the station had been instigated by him. I had seen him at my house, had recognized him at the station, and again after he had fired at me. In the face of that, it would be quixotic to wait for further proofs before letting von Felsen feel the weight of my hand. That day should see the end of things so far as he was concerned. I would hand over to Herr Borsen not only the confession of the theft of the papers, but also that of the murder. As I recalled my interview with him, I saw how he had fooled me, and that his prompt recovery from terror, which I had attributed to his relief at hearing that his life might still be saved, was in reality due to his belief that he could compass my death in time to save himself from all trouble through the revelation of what I had forced from him. Such a snake as that deserved no mercy, and he should have none. I anticipated very little trouble in getting out of my own troubles. I had committed no crime. My association with old Ziegler and the men who had been plotting against the government was in reality innocent enough, and although it was probable that those whom I had outwitted on the previous night would tell of my presence at the wharf, and would do all they could against me, the fact that I had gone in search of the Baron would put that right. The one step which I did regret was that I had had to take the life of the man Gasson, but it had been done in self-defense. I had not intended to do more than send him adrift in the boat, while his attack on me had meant murder, and nothing short of it. But whether it would be prudent to open my lips about it was questionable, and I would await developments before deciding. Although I was in a very confident mood as I drove from the station to my house, and jubilant in my anticipation of Althea's delight at the good news I could give her about her father. But instead of having to deliver good news, I had to receive bad, the worst indeed. The servants were alone in the house and on the point of leaving it, and I found Ellen sitting disconsolately in the hall, her eyes red with weeping, dressed in her hat and jacket, ready to go. "What is the matter? Where is Fraulein von Ringham?" "She has gone, sir. There has been such trouble here. We had the police looking for you, and they searched the house from top to bottom," she wailed, her words interspersed with sobs. "Cook has packed, sir, and I can't stay, if you please." "Very well, but before you go, try and tell me something more definite." She fumbled in her pocket and brought out a telegram. "The Fraulein opened it, sir. I didn't, and she told me I must get it to you, as it was very important." It was from Bessie, and announced her safe arrival in Brussels, with everything. This was one piece of good news at any rate. "Now, Ellen," I said, turning to question her, "of course you must go away if you wish, and I shouldn't think of stopping you. But I assure you the whole business is a mistake somewhere, and you do not run the faintest risk in staying here. Martha has not gone yet?" This was the cook. "No, sir, but she's just ready." "Well, while I change and look around, go tell her to see me before she leaves." "But the police told us both to go, sir." "I'm not at all sure that you've had the police here at all. Did the Fraulein go away with them, whoever they were?" "No, sir. Herr von Felsen was here, and was with her when the men were turning the place upside down. You never saw such a mess as they've made of things." "Never mind the mess. Did he come with them?" "Just before them. He was very excited, and said they were coming." "What time was that?" "About midday, sir." "And when did he leave? Did the Fraulein go with him?" "Yes, sir. That was about an hour ago." "It was just 4 o'clock. If I had not had to wait for that train, I should have been in time to take a hand in the business." "I am quite convinced from your answers that these men were not police, Ellen. But tell me, were any of them the men who were watching the house yesterday?" "Yes, sir. One of them spoke to me yesterday, and it was he who told us today that if we didn't go we should be in trouble. He behaved shameful, and wanted to put us out then and there without our boxes. But cook, she up and told him she wasn't going without hers, and then he gave us an hour to clear out in." "Well done, Martha," I exclaimed, as the cook came downstairs. I explained to her that the men had not been the police, and endeavoured to allay the fears of them both. I succeeded after some difficulty, and they agreed to remain. "That fellow said he'd come back in an hour to see that we had gone," said Martha, a woman with a great deal of spirit. "I hope he will come," and she nodded her head with an emphasis which promised him a warm reception. "I don't expect you'll see him here again. Now, a last question. Did they say anything to you about the supposed crime for which I was to be arrested?" "They went on awful about you, sir," replied Martha. "You was a conspirator and a murderer, and you'd either run away to get out of their hands, or had killed yourself, and I don't know what else. But you were never coming back. That was certain. Well, here I am, you see, so you can tell how much to believe of the rest." "They said they had warrants for you, sir," put in Ellen. "They showed me some papers, and the Fraulein told me afterwards they had, and that she was going away in order to prevent any harm coming to you." "Well, we'll soon have things all right again," I replied, and went off to change my clothes and view the results of the men's work. I thought I could understand it all. I guessed that the man who had fired at me on the previous night had mistaken my fall for the result of his shot, and had accordingly reported that the attempt had been successful. With me out of his way, von Felsen had only to recover possession of the stolen paper, the keys, and the confessions he had written, to find his hand once more on the controlling lever of everything as far as Althea was concerned. That was what the search meant, and that it had been complete the evidence of my own eyes showed. But it had not been successful any the more for that. The stolen paper was safe in Brussels, and I had been in such a cyclone hurry to get after the Baron on the previous night that I had not stayed to look the other things up, but had thrust them into the first place which had caught my eye. This had been the large upright iron stove in the hall among the kindling wood and paper, and there I found them. Almost every other conceivable nook and cranny in the house which would have served for a hiding place had been ransacked, and every desk and drawer opened and searched. It was a stupendous piece of luck. A moment's reflection decided me to leave them where they were. My first task must be to find Althea. Her safety was much more to me than my own, and she was not safe for a single second of the time she was with Von Felsen. It was an easy guess that his failure to find what he had sought so drastically would put him in a very ugly mood, and even his belief in my death would not suffice to ease his mind. So long as that evidence of his crimes remained in existence, it was liable to fall into the hands of someone who would be able to use it with disastrous results to him. I would have given much to know the story he had told to Althea. He would not say a word about my supposed death, and the servant's references to the warrants for my arrest suggested the line he had taken. He would seek to prey upon her fears, both for her father and myself, and pose as being still in a position to save us both. If he had done that, I had no doubt that he would drive her to consent to marry him, and my fear was that, exasperated by not having found what he sought and needed so desperately, he would rush matters to a crisis at once. I hurried at once to Von Felsen's house, but only to find it shut up. I knocked and rang several times without result, and in the end had to turn away baffled and a prey to fresh fears and apprehension. Where to look for him I had no idea, nor where to look for Althea, of course. I had felt so certain of finding them both at the house that the sting of the disappointment was all the more disconcerting. It flashed across my thoughts that probably Althea might have gone back to her own house, or might have communicated with Chalice in some way during my absence, and acting on the impulse, I jumped back into the cab and told the man to drive me there. On the way, another thought occurred to me. Hagar Ziegler. She might know where to tell me to look for Von Felsen, and I was putting my head out of the window to give the driver the fresh direction when we pulled up at Chalice's house. As I should lose no more than a few minutes in seeing her, I ran up to the door, and when the servant opened it, I sprang up the stairs without wasting the time to be announced, dashed into her room, and without an apology for my abruptness, asked if Althea had been there. Chalice jumped to her feet on my entrance, stared at me as if I were a lunatic, and then backed and laid her hand on the bell-pull. "Why do you come here? I can't help you, Herr Bastable. You must know that. You can answer my question at any rate. Fraulein Althea is missing from my house, and I am searching for her. Has she been here?" She fixed her eyes on me with an expression of bewilderment. "She can't help you to escape, and of all houses in Berlin, this is the last you should have come to. For heaven's sake, do give me an answer. Can't you see I am on fire with impatience? Every minute may mean ruin to her." She bent toward me and came a step or two forward. "Do you mean you don't know? You must not stay here. It will ruin me if you are found here. Do you mean that you don't know?" "Know what?" I cried angrily in my exasperation. "Good heavens! Why, that you are accused of the murder of Hagar Ziegler's father." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Once again in the toils. When Chalice's appeal to me to leave the house at once elicited no response from me, I was indeed too staggered for the moment by her news, and sat groping blindly for some clue to its real significance. Her eager insistence gave way to despair at the thought of the possible consequences to herself. "You will ruin me," she cried vehemently, and throwing herself on to a couch, she burst into an hysterical flood of tears. She could have used no stronger weapon, and I pulled myself together. I knew her grief was utterly self-centered, but the sight of her tears had that dismaying effect which most men will appreciate, so I rose at once. "Tell me quickly all you know, and I'll go," I said, "and the sooner you tell me, the sooner I shall be away." This had the desired effect. She choked down her ready sobs. "Fräulein Ziegler telephoned to the Steiners, the people of the house here, about half an hour ago, to ask if you had been here, and the daughter came up to ask me where you were, adding that you were wanted by the police for that awful thing. For heaven's sake, don't let them find you here. They will connect me in—" "Never mind that," I cut in abruptly. "They won't do anything of the sort. I had no hand in it at all. Fräulein Ziegler herself knows that perfectly well. But there is something you must do at once. Fräulein Althea has disappeared from my house, and I am searching for her." "She is not here, and has not been here," she interrupted. "And if they find you—" "Not a thought for Althea. Everything for herself. Listen, please, and then do what I tell you. I want to tell her that her father is lying ill in a farmhouse, and that she must go at once to see to him and bring him back to the city. As she has been taken away, you must go and care for him." And I told her where and how to find the Baron. But she burst into vehement protests. "Why should I go? It is Althea's matter. He is not my father. He has never done anything for me. Why then should I run this risk? Where should I take him?" In disgust at this incessant note of self, I resumed my seat and said curtly, "I will wait here while you settle that." "You wish to ruin me," she cried again. "No, I am only warning you. If someone does not go to him and take care that he is placed in safety, he will do some mad thing, and then you will be ruined." "But what can I do? He would not come with me. Oh, you are cruel. You know how helpless I am. No one thinks of me. Althea should be here." "You can go out and stay with him, paying the people there to look after him until I can arrange something else." "Stay with him? Are you mad? My concert, my practicing, Herr Grumpel. There will be no concert for you if he breaks loose. There will be a prison instead for you as well as for the rest of us." "But you? Why do you not go?" "I have to find Fräulein Althea. She would not have you sacrifice my future in this way. Oh, how selfish you all are, all in league against me. I have warned you, and can do no more now. If you do not go out and arrange for him to be kept safely where he is, you may as well leave Germany by the next train, for all the hope you will ever have of succeeding here. That is my last word. If you wish to sing at that concert, you will go instantly and do what I have said." I turned to leave her then, and as I reached the door it was opened quickly from without, and a woman of about 30 entered. She started at seeing me, and stood holding the handle of the door and staring at me. "Fräulein Steiner!" exclaimed Chalice in some dismay. "Lotte told me Herr Bastable was here. I came to see." "Yes, I am Herr Bastable." "I beg your pardon," she said, nervously stepping back and making as if to close the door again. I will come with you, I said, following her out. Probably you wish to telephone to Fraulein Ziegler that I am here. With your permission, I will speak to her myself. She was trembling a little. She asked me to let her know, she faltered. She is holding the phone now. She will recognize my voice over the wire. I will save you the trouble. A very serious mistake has been made. And when we reached the hall, I went to the instrument at once. Are you there? Who is that? Came the reply in Hagar's voice. Mr. Bastable, I am just leaving the house here, Frau Steiner's. I must see you at once. I have just learned that you have been deceived in regard to me, and I can tell you the whole truth about your father's death, and can put the proofs of what I have to say into your hands. I do not blame you for what you have done, but before you do any more, please see me. What have you to say? It is too late now. It will be too late if you do not see me at once. It is about Herr von Felsen. You will repent it all your life if you do not see me. Wait a moment. I heard the faint echo of a conversation, and then she asked, Will you come here? Who is with you? There was another pause. Herr von Felsen, she replied. Then, to my infinite surprise and relief, Yes, I will come at once. Wait a minute. He wishes to speak to you himself. Of course I will, I replied eagerly. I waited, but no sound came over the wire, and when I spoke there was no reply. In a flash I saw the plan. I dropped the receiver and hurried out of the house on the instant. The intention was to keep me at the instrument until the police would have time to come and arrest me. I jumped into the first cab I met and drove by a circuitous route to my own house. As they believed they could put their hand on me at once, I calculated that I should have time to get home, change into some sort of disguise, get the papers from their hiding place, and set out in search of Althea. Von Felsen's presence at Hagar's house had at first baffled me as completely as this last move, the preposterous charge of murder, but I began to see the meaning of all. He had probably found difficulty in dealing with Althea, and had also heard that the previous night's attempt on my life had failed. This had cornered him. He knew that his breach of faith would cause me to denounce him, and in this desperation he had resolved to charge me with the murder and thus get me held by the police. This would give him the time he needed to carry out his plan with regard to Althea. It meant more than even that to him, indeed. It would both prejudice any statement I might make impugning him, and at the same time very probably enable his father's agents to regain possession of the confessions he had made. It was a very ominous outlook, but it had a redeeming feature. If my reading of the case were right, it was clear that so far Althea was safe, and the reasons which had forced him to leave her while he returned to Hagar to use the latter in this way were likely to be strong enough to prevent his purpose with her until he could satisfy her of my actual danger. In other words, until he had secured my arrest and could carry to her the proofs from the police themselves. But it was only a question of a few hours at most. If I remained in the city, I should soon be caught, and remain I must, of course. My first thought was to get the papers which were of such vital import, and take them straight to Herr Borsen or to Felderman, but there was a risk to Althea in that which alarmed me. If von Felsen heard of it, and he was almost sure to learn it immediately, he would be driven to bay, and in that mood ready to do her any violence. I guessed that in regard to her he was calculating that, if he could once force her to become his wife, I should hold my hand rather than bring all the shame and trouble upon her, consequent upon his having to answer for the murder of the old Jew. And the problem I had to face was how to use the hour or two of freedom so as to find the means of checkmating his designs upon Althea. I could see only one way, through Hagar herself. If she had not been hopelessly poisoned against me by von Felsen's story, I was confident that I could work upon her jealousy and set her to hound him down, and thus prevent mischief. By the time I reached my house, I had a crude sort of plan. Among the relics of my private theatrical days, I had a suit of workman's overalls, and dressed in these and carrying a small bag of tools, I could manage to escape the notice of any of the police to whom my face was not too familiar. I told the two servants that, as I was now in some trouble, they had better leave the house at once. Then I hunted up the disguise, slipped the overalls over my own clothes, secured the papers, and set off to find Hagar. As I hurried along in the direction of her house, I had to pass my old office, and the thought occurred to me to put the papers I carried into safe hands. Bassett was the very man for such a purpose. So I went up to him and explained that I was likely to be arrested on a false charge. I wished him to hold them for me until I could communicate with him again. This precaution would, at any rate, frustrate the efforts of von Felsen to get hold of them. To obtain an interview with Hagar was a very different matter, however. I hung about the house for some time at my wits' end for an excuse to get inside, and when at length I began to fear that my movements would be regarded as suspicious, I put as bold a face on matters as I could, and rang the bell, intending to ask for her openly. Just as the servant opened the door, I changed my tactics. "I'm sorry to have been so long in coming, but the boss kept me. I'll soon put it all right, however," I said coolly, and stepped inside. The girl stared at me as if I were a lunatic. "What is it?" she asked. "This is Fräulein Ziegler's, isn't it?" "Yes, of course, but what do you want?" "She has just telephoned to the exchange that something is wrong with one of the instruments." "Is it the office one?" "What is that, Rebecca?" It was Hagar's voice. "There is a man here who says he has come to see to the telephone," was the reply as the servant went toward her mistress. "I'll soon have it right," I declared, and took advantage of the moment to step into the office. I knew the way well enough, of course. "There is a mistake somewhere," said Hagar, and as I had calculated, she followed me into the office. I began to fool about with the instrument, keeping my back to her for the moment. "We had a message," I growled, altering my voice, and speaking in a tone of a man with a grievance. "There is nothing the matter with that," she said quickly, crossing to me. "I'll see to it all right," I mumbled, bending over the instrument. "I tell you it's a mistake." She rapped back sharply and tapped me on the shoulder. "Don't meddle with it." I affected to take umbrage at this. "Oh, all right," I muttered, and crossed to the door as if in a huff. A glance showed me that the servant had gone, so I shut the door and turned around. She recognized me instantly. Her lips moved as if uttering my name, but no sound came. She flashed one rapid glance over my workman's garb, and her eyes lighted angrily as they met mine in a long steady stare, while she was thinking what to do. "I have come prepared to answer the charge Herr von Felsen has induced you to bring against me, but we must have a square talk first. Then you can send for the police if they are not already in the house." She did not take her eyes from mine while I spoke, and made no reply. Her eyes were as hard as flints, and my task began to look hopeless. "I see you have made up your mind. Yet you might remember that I saved your life that night." Her lip curled, the only comment, but more eloquent than many words. "I know the whole truth about that night's black work, and what brought those men to your house." Her agitation and rage were mounting fast, and after a pause she burst out bitterly. "Of course you do. The chief of them slept that night in your house and has been concealed there ever since. Do you dare to deny it?" "Whom do you mean?" Her lip curled again, and she shrugged her shoulders. "You mean Baron von Ringham? Von Felsen has told you that?" She gave an impatient gesture. "It is the truth that matters, not how I know it," she retorted. "On the contrary, his motive is everything. But he kept that to himself, of course. Did he tell you that he came here with these lies in order to get you to accuse me, so that he should have time to force Baron von Ringham's daughter to marry him?" "You lie," she cried fiercely. "You were seen to enter and leave this house shortly before I met you that night. The ring I saw on your finger was his, and he had left it with my father that afternoon. And if that is not enough proof, one of your associates has shot himself, leaving behind him a confession that he and you together murdered my father in revenge for his supposed betrayal of you. Do you think I have forgotten your agitation when I recognized the ring?" Von Felsen had told his story cunningly, and what she had termed my agitation at her recognition of the ring on the night of the murder lent color to it. My conduct was quite open to such a misconstruction as she had placed upon it. But there was no time to attempt to shake her conviction by argument. I paused a second in doubt as to the line to adopt, and she read this hesitation for guilt. "You cannot answer me, but you shall pay the price." "If you persist in this folly, it is you who will pay the price. Von Felsen went to my house today in my absence and compelled Fraulein von Ringham to go with him and consent to become his wife upon certain conditions. In order to be able to appear to be in a position to fulfill these conditions, he came here to you to get me arrested on this ridiculous charge. No one in the whole empire knows better than he that there is not a glint of truth in the story, but you have fallen into the trap, and within an hour of my arrest, Fraulein von Ringham will be his wife." "It is false," she exclaimed vehemently. "Tonight we are to be married." I smiled. "Where is he? Set him face to face with me and force him to let her be present, and you will see." This fired her jealousy. "It is false," she cried again, but her tone was less vehement and her eyes signaled doubt. "You may say this to turn my anger against him, that you may escape. You shall not." "Can you find him?" "He is not in his house in the Korsenstrasse. He knew I should seek him there. Can you take me to him?" She paused, and then with a hard, contemptuous smile replied, "So that you may find a chance to escape on the way? I can trust you no longer. Did I not come here knowing full well the charge you have made against me? Should I have come if I were guilty? Be reasonable." "I do not trust you," she repeated. "It is sheer madness," I cried in desperation. "You are wasting hours that may mean everything to both of us for all our lives. Name what conditions you please, and I will accept them. I will go to him with you under arrest, if you like. Will that prove to you I am in earnest?" She paused, and then nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes, if you dare to do that." I crossed to the phone to call up Felderman. She watched me closely, and as I passed her, shrank out of my way lest I should touch her. I affected not to notice the gesture, and stood at the instrument with my back to her. But the next instant I heard her open the door and turn to meet her eyes fixed on me with a glance of vindictive triumph. "You shall be arrested, as you say," she cried, and rushed away, slamming the door behind her. Just then the answer came through. "Is that Herr Felderman?" "Yes. What is it? Who are you?" "Mr. Bastable. I am at Ziegler's house and have heard I am charged with having murdered him. Can you come at once? I have Charged with what? The tone was one of intense astonishment. Murder. I want you here at once. Are you out of your mind? There's no such charge. I heard no more, for the door was flung open, and 2 men in police uniform rushed in and dragged me violently away from the telephone as Hagar followed. That is the man. I charge him with the murder of my father, she cried. Too late, I saw the trap into which I had walked. These are not the police, I protested to her. I have telephoned to Herr Felderman. This is a trap. They are von Felsens. We'll show you if we're not the police, cried one of them as he slipped a pair of handcuffs on my wrists. No more talking here. And he whipped out a revolver and ordered me to hold my tongue and go with them. Bring her on to the station to make the charge there, he added to a 3rd man who had entered. I shouted a last protest to Hagar, but a hand was clapped over my mouth, and I was hurried out of the house toward a carriage which was waiting at a few yards' distance. At that moment, a motor car came slowly along the street and passed me as I walked between the 2 men in uniform. I called out, and this drew the eyes of the occupants upon me. One was von Felsen, who leered at me in triumph, and by his side sat Althea, pale and distressed at seeing me thus handcuffed in the hands of the police. As she fell back, burying her face in her hands, the chauffeur quickened the speed of the car, and it whisked round a corner just as I was bundled into the carriage. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Dragon again. I had made a pretty mess of things, and now that it was too late, I began to appreciate what a fool I had been. Von Felsen had outplayed me at every point, and chance and my own folly had helped him to score a complete victory. The charge of murder was the merest bluff, and he had imposed upon Hagar for the purpose very cleverly. He had probably found Althea unexpectedly resolute not to yield to his wishes without some actual proof of my arrest, and had then vamped the charge through Hagar and planned that Althea should see me in the hands of men in police uniform. He had calculated that, relying upon my ability to clear myself of the charge in Hagar's eyes, I should go at once to her to get her assistance in tracking Althea, and I had walked straight into the trap. I had, of course, been closely shadowed, and as soon as I had reached Hagar's house, he had been informed, and had brought Althea in the car to be a witness of the arrest. With one cunning stroke, he had thus got rid of me, had convinced Althea of my arrest, and probably freed himself from the embarrassment of Hagar at the same time. I did not doubt that the men he had taken to her house would see that she gave no sort of trouble. These thoughts flashed through my mind in the few seconds after I was in the carriage, together with some exceedingly disquieting speculations on my own plight. It was about as bad as it could be, but I was not going to give up all hope without an effort. The men thrust me into a corner of the back seat, and one of them held a revolver close to my head, threatening to fire if I made any trouble. But this did not scare me as badly as they thought. I knew they would not dare to shoot me in the street. Their own safety would be endangered, and the risk was too great for them to run it except in the last resort. I affected to be very frightened, however, and waited for a chance to try and attract attention and bring help. The opportunity came as the carriage had to stop when crossing one of the main streets. With a sudden kick, I broke the glass of the window near me and gave a yell for help. The fellow opposite seized my legs, while his companion thrust his hand over my mouth. But I wrestled violently, and in the midst of the struggle, a policeman's head appeared at the window of the carriage. "What's the matter here?" he asked. "I think you'd better get in and give us a hand," answered one of my guards very coolly. "He's a lunatic. Just cut his wife's throat." The man's coolness and his uniform had the effect of quieting all suspicion. "All right. Strap his legs and gag him, why don't you? Don't let him make that racket." I got my head free then. "I am an Englishman. These are not," I began when I was silenced again. "He's been yelling that all the time," was the reply, with an oath and a laugh. "I wish you'd lend a hand. We don't want to hurt him." "I can't come. Drive on there," he told the coachman, and on we went. As soon as the policeman's face disappeared from the window, the fellow at my side flung me heavily back into the corner of the carriage, and together they fastened a large handkerchief over my mouth, one of them twisting his fingers into it so tightly behind my head that I was powerless to open my lips. And he held me in this fashion for nearly all the rest of the drive. Further resistance was now out of the question. I made my effort, and it had failed, and all I could do was to keep still and wait with such resignation as I could summon for what was to come to me. If I escaped with my life, I should have reason to be thankful. I had already had ample proof that the men whom von Filzen employed were quite capable of going to any extreme. My life had been attempted more than once, and at the time of the previous abduction, when I had not been nearly so dangerous to him as now, I had only escaped death by the narrowest of margins. Yet it was not for myself that I was mainly afraid now. Von Filzen had so planned things that Althea had been persuaded of my arrest, and I could not doubt for an instant that she would at once agree to do anything he demanded. That night she would certainly consent to the marriage, and the thought was like the sear of a hot iron on a nerve. Compared with the agony of that dread, nothing else seemed to matter. I would cheerfully have given my life to have saved her from such a fate, but even if I lost my life now, I should be powerless to help her. Maddened by this reflection, I made another and desperate struggle with my captors. Wrenching myself free from the gag which held me like a vice, I fought and kicked and writhed, yelling for help at the top of my lungs all the while in a furious effort to escape. But it was useless. Both were strong men, and they overpowered me and forced me down, this time onto the floor of the carriage, and held me there until we stopped. One point only did I gain by the effort. One of the handcuffs came unfastened and could not be relocked on my wrist. But this did not help me much. One of the brutes seized my arms and held them behind my back and twisted them till I thought the very sinews would break. I did not give in until my strength was utterly exhausted and my head reeled dizzily, and in this condition, with no power left for resistance, I was hauled out and carried rapidly into a house. There I was gagged again, my arms and legs were tied, and I was flung down on the floor of an empty room, the door of which was locked upon me. Bruised and sore from head to foot although I was, and aching in every muscle of my body, I thought nothing of my hurts. I was on fire with impotent rage and belated repentance for my stupidity. Only an hour or two before, I had had the upper hand. There was apparently nothing to prevent my gaining a complete victory. If I had only gone straight to Felderman or Herr Borsen, Von Felsen would now have been groveling at my feet, begging for mercy. What a credulous fool I had been to believe for an instant that ridiculous charge of murder had really been made. What I would not have given to have been able to set the clock back for those few hours. Gnashing my teeth at my idiotic blundering, I passed hours of torture. I was left alone, except that now and again the door was opened, and someone came in with a lantern to see that I was still securely fastened. I abandoned all hope, and each time I heard the key turned in the lock, I made up my mind that someone was coming to take my life. I grew utterly reckless also, and slowly a fresh thought began to take shape in my mind. Save my life I could not, but if a chance came, I would at least send one of the scoundrels who had taken a hand in the business to his last account. It was just a wild impulse to have revenge, but I hugged it close to my heart till it became my one cherished object, the one thing I could do before they took my life. That thirst for revenge, that lust for blood, if you like, put strength into me, gave tone to my nerves and purpose to my thoughts, when all else in that hour of black despair had failed. I began to test the strength of the bonds which held me, and gradually to loosen them slightly, as I tugged at the cords which bound my arms, and strove with frantic struggles to ease the pressure of those on my legs. The exertion brought the sweat of effort and pain to my brow, but I was nearly what they had termed me, a madman, in my furious desire for revenge, and although every movement racked and tortured me, I did not cease until I had so far succeeded that the blood began to flow freely once more in my veins. Faint and exhausted, at last, with the struggle, I was lying quiet, to regain strength for a further effort, when the key was turned on the lock once more. This time 2 men entered, the gag was taken from my mouth, and I was ordered roughly to sit up. I took no notice of this. It was my cue to affect to be helpless. One of them dragged me to the wall and propped me up in a sitting posture, while the other held the lantern close to my face. A movement of the light enabled me to see his face, and I recognized him. He was Dragon, the man who had carried me off before. "Ah, you know me, I see," he said with a chuckle. "That will save trouble, perhaps, as you'll know I'm not likely to let you fool me a second time." The wild desire to take life, which had so possessed me before, now focused into a set purpose that his should be the life, and I lowered my eyes quickly, lest he should read something of the thought in my mind. "You know what we want, Mr. Englishman, and what we mean to have. Those papers, where are they?" I made no reply, and he thrust his hands into all my pockets to search for them. A bitter oath showed his disappointment. I smiled in triumph, and this so exasperated him that he struck me in the face. Then I understood why I was still alive. Until those papers were regained, Von Felsen knew that he would be in danger of losing everything, despite his present victory over me. "You are a brave fellow, Dragon, to strike a helpless man." He raised his hand to repeat the blow, but his companion stopped him. "What's the good of that?" he said gruffly. "You know what we were told." "Hold your tongue, curse you," cried Dragon. "I mean to get them, and shall go my own way to do it. Where are they?" he demanded of me. "What papers do you mean?" "To hell with your questioning me. You know what I mean. Where are they?" "You think you can make me tell you?" "I'm sure I can," he retorted with an oath. "Try then." And I looked up and met his angry eyes firmly. "Give them up, and no harm shall come to you." "This looks like it, doesn't it?" "Don't you anger me, or it'll be the worse for you." "You can only take my life, but even then you can't save your employers. nor your own, for the police know all about that other affair. You'll be short of breath long before you get a chance of saying any more about that or this. That's only what I know already. If I were to tell you where the papers are, I might whistle for a chance of getting out of this. But I'll tell you one thing. They are in the hands of those who will know how to use them, whether I am alive or dead, by this time tomorrow morning. Do what you will. This infuriated him, and he seized and shook me violently in an uncontrollable frenzy of rage, and then flung me down violently on the floor. He caused me severe pain, but except for this, the rough handling benefited me rather than him. He had seized me by the arms, and the cords on my wrists were perceptibly slacker for the severe shaking. My head struck the floor heavily when he threw me down, and I lay still as a corpse, letting all my muscles relax and breathing as slightly as possible, that he should think I was on the verge of unconsciousness. He questioned me again about the papers, but I gave no sign that I even heard him. And when he kicked me and then tugged at my arms and lifted my head in the effort to rouse me, I made no sign of life. The second man was scared at this. "You've done for him now," he muttered. "Serve him right," growled Dragon, with a savage oath. "He'd tricked me before." "But what about serving me? What's the good of this to me? How are we going to earn the money with him in this state?" Dragon swore again and was aiming a vicious kick at my head when his companion stopped him so suddenly that he overbalanced and fell to the ground close to me. In the fall, something dropped from his pocket and rolled near me. It was a small sheath knife, and to my infinite delight neither man saw it. Dragon rose in a rage, and a fierce quarrel broke out between the two. This enabled me to shift my position unobserved, so that I first lay on the knife, and then rolled forward till my hands could reach it, when I tucked it up underneath the back of my waistcoat. The quarrel ended without blows, and presently they drew aside and talked together in low muttered tones, the purport of which I could not hear. After a time they crossed and looked at me, and the fellow who had been protecting me from Dragon's violence knelt down and tried to feel my pulse. He was clumsy at the business, however, and could not find it. "I believe you've finished him," he muttered, and laid me down gently at full length, and loosened the cords on both wrists and legs, and began to chafe my limbs to restore circulation. "That's better," he said at length, feeling again for my pulse and finding it this time. "Get him some brandy or something, but you'd better do what I said, Dragon," he added, rising. "If those papers are in safe hands, as he said, we'd better know what to do next." The man's evident alarm infected Dragon. "Curse the whole business," he growled uneasily. "That won't help us far. If you hadn't been in such a devil of a rage, this wouldn't have happened." Then he knelt down by me again. "Can you hear me?" he asked anxiously. "No harm will come to you. Can you hear me?" My reply was the faintest of faint moans. "He's coming round all right. Get him some brandy, and don't let him see you, and we'll have him round all right," he said in a tone of great relief as he rose once more. "I'm for fetching him. Let's see what the others say," he declared as he picked up the lantern. "We must know what to do next." There was another conference, and then they went away together, leaving the door unfastened. In another moment I had slipped my hands out of the cords, which had been so considerately loosened, and with the knife I cut those which bound my legs. Then I kicked off my boots, and stole out of the room in my stockinged feet, resolved to make a fight for my freedom. The passage outside the room was in darkness, but I knew in which direction I had been carried into the room, and crept noiselessly toward the front door of the house. But there was a room between, the door of which stood open. I heard the voices of the men there, and one of them was standing close to the door. To pass this meant a great risk of being either seen or heard, and as I hesitated whether to take the chance, I caught fragments of the talk. They were discussing the advisability of fetching someone or of going to someone for further instructions in view of my statement about the papers being in the hands of those who would use them. Presently the man by the door, interested in the discussion, went a little way into the room, and I seized that moment to creep past. The house had double doors, and the inner one was pressed back against the wall. I ran my fingers slightly up and down the outer one, searching for the fastenings, when a general scuffling of feet in the room announced that the men were moving, having apparently come to a decision. I slipped back and hid behind the inner door, and held my breath as they came out into the passage, talking excitedly. The suspense of those few moments was more trying than words can describe. I had failed to find the means of opening the front door, and if they went back into the room where I had been lying, I should be caught like a rabbit in a snare. The instant I was discovered, my life would not be worth a spent match. They stood wrangling in the passage for a time that seemed an age to me in my excited suspense, and every second I expected one or the other of them to go back to the room and then announce my flight. "Well, let's have a look at the beggar first and see if we can't drag it out of him," said one, whose voice I recognized as that of the man who had been standing by the door. They moved in a body toward the room. My heart sank, and I gave myself up for lost. My only chance, and that the faintest and feeblest, was that I might seize the moment of respite to get the door of the house open. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Just in time. But just when matters appeared to be at their worst, the luck turned. The man who had prevented Dragon before intervened now. "You can get him some brandy, and he'll be all right." "Where is it?" came the reply, and there was a pause. "I shan't wait," said the former speaker again. "I shall take the risk of going. Fritz is just below with the horses. If there's any violence before we get back, you'll have to answer for it." "Answer to hell," growled Dragon fiercely. "I shall split on the whole thing, if there is. Mind that," retorted the other in quite as angry a tone, and he passed my hiding place, opened the door, and went out. He tried to close it sharply behind him, but I took a risk at that moment and thrust my foot in the way. Fortunately, he was in too bad a temper to care whether he left it open or shut, and ran down the steps. Someone laughed. "Pig-headed fool," growled Dragon. "Would he split?" asked another nervously. "Perhaps the beggar's well enough to talk now. Let's see." "Bring the lantern," said another, and the shuffling of feet followed. I dared not wait any longer, and moreover I had another plan now than merely to escape. I guessed that the man I was following meant to go to Von Felsen, and I meant him to take me with him. I opened the door stealthily and slipped out. The carriage was some 20 yards away, and I darted toward it. My lack of boots rendered my footfalls absolutely silent, and I reached it, unseen and unheard, just as the man had got in and was turning to shut the door. In the darkness he mistook me for one of his companions. "Coming after all, are you?" he asked. I jumped in, and he himself closed the door with a slam, and the carriage started. Before he had time to see his mistake, my hand was on his throat, and my knife threatened him. "If you care for your life, keep silent," I cried between my clenched teeth. For a few moments, precious as gold to me, surprise kept him quiet. I knew that my escape must already have been discovered, and I expected to hear the cries and shouts of the rest calling to us to stop. Then he began to struggle. "Keep still," I said fiercely. "I mean you no harm, but if you try to resist, I'll plunge this into your heart as surely as there is a living God." At that moment came the cries behind us, which I had feared, and the driver began to check the horses. "Tell him to drive on, or you'll not live another second," I hissed, releasing my grip on his throat so that he could speak. He hesitated, and I raised the knife higher as if to strike. "It's all right, Fritz. Get on as fast as you can," he called. I drew a breath of intense relief. I had him now, and he was in deadly fear for his life. I ran my hand quickly over him and found his revolver and took it. "Have you a knife?" His hand went to it. "Throw it on the front seat there." He obeyed me, and I tossed it out of the window. Then I sat down opposite to him and let him get back his scared wits. He stared at me helplessly, cowed by the suddenness of the attack and overawed by the weapon in which I kept him covered. I, in my turn, watched him quite as closely while I considered what line to take. That he was going to Von Felsen I had convinced myself, and I meant to go with him if I had to compel him to lead the way with my pistol at his head. But I had no wish to use force if any other means could be found. I was not without hope of this. His fear about the money reward being lost if I came to harm, his squeamishness on the score of violence, his threat to tell what he knew, and his ready submission now, all tended to suggest that he was of a very different type of scoundrel from Dragon and the rest. I gave him 5 minutes in which to pull himself together, and then open fire. "You've made a pretty bad mess of all this," I said sharply. He gave an uneasy start at the sound of my voice, but did not reply. "You were in the thing to take my life, you know, and you can probably see your finish by now." "I didn't threaten your life. Dragon would have done for you just now, when you were insensible, if I hadn't stopped him," he answered after a pause. "I wasn't insensible. I know what passed." "Then you know what I say is true," he said with a note of eagerness. "Yes, I know it." I paused to see if he would volunteer anything more. He did not, however. "If you like to answer my questions, I may make things easier for you. Where are we going?" He paused a long time before replying. "What are you going to do with me?" "Shoot you if you try any pranks. Hand you over to the police if you force me. Give you your liberty and pay you well if you come over to my side in the affair and make a clean breast of the whole thing." He chewed this in silence for a while and then asked, "How do I know that?" "The first two you can judge for yourself. The last you'll have to take on trust. You can please yourself. How much were you to make by this job?" 500 marks. But it wasn't only the money. Dragon has the whip hand of me. He'll want all his hands for himself after this, and you'll stand by his side in the dock, unless you go in the witness box against him. Tell all you know, and you shall not have 500, but 1,000 marks. They'd have my life. Not if you leave the country. I'll add the passage money to America. You're not tough enough for a real scoundrel, you know, and you'll get a fresh start there. I shouldn't be in it at all if it weren't for Dragon and the gambling. Well, you must make up your mind quickly." "I'll do it," he said, after another long pause, drawing a deep breath. "But you must keep me safe from the rest until it's over." And then he began to tell me. He said his name was Lander, and that he had been forced into the affair by Dragon. He had been one of the men who had made the search for the papers at my house, and afterwards had played the part of a plain-clothes police officer at Hager's, where he found out that von Felsen was at the back of everything. The latter's orders had been to recover possessions of the papers at any cost, and when that had been done, I was to be kept a close prisoner for a week. But von Felsen's terms had been no papers, no pay, and thus my declaration that they were in safe hands had caused a split and a quarrel, and Lander and one of the others had decided to go back to von Felsen for fresh instructions. He had barely finished his story when the carriage stopped at von Felsen's house. Remembering that I had found it close shut when I was there before, I was surprised to see lights in several of the windows. I concluded that he had thought it safe to return there when he knew that I had fallen into Dragon's hands. We got out, and I told Lander to ask for von Felsen and say that we had a message from Dragon, and when the servant opened the door, I stood on one side and kept my face out of the light. The fellow was inclined to be suspicious, and was going to shut the door in our faces on the pretense of going to call his master, when I lurched against Lander, pushed him into the house, and followed. Answering the servant's protests with a drunken oath, I staggered to a chair and flopped into it. He stared at me for a moment, hesitating whether to try and put me out, and then knocked at the door of von Felsen's private room. The sound of several voices reached us as he opened it, and after a pause von Felsen came out. I let my head loll forward so that he should not at first see my face, and he spoke to Lander. "Who are you, and what do you want?" he asked sharply. Having no cue from me, the man was at a loss for a reply, so he motioned toward me and muttered something about the papers. "Turn up the light in the library," he told the servant, and then to us, "Come in here," and he led the way. I rose and staggered after them, lurching first against the servant as he came out of the room, and then against von Felsen, who stood holding the door. In this way I shouldered him into the room, and then shut the door. "Who is this drunken beast?" cried von Felsen, as I was fumbling with the door fastening. Then I turned and faced him, and waited for the recognition. I was not surprised that it did not follow at once. I had on the suit of workman's overalls. They were torn and disheveled as the result of the scrimmage with Dragon. I was as dirty as a sweep. A soft, rather greasy cloth cap was drawn well down over my face. I was bootless, and had just been assuming drunkenness. I have no doubt I looked a very low-grade sort of scoundrel. "Why do you bring this fellow here?" he demanded of Lander angrily. "Have another look at me, von Felsen," I said quietly, fixing my eyes on him and crossing toward him. He fell back from me as if I were the devil in the flesh, and leant against the table behind him, staring at me wide-eyed, breathing hard, deathly white, speechless, and shaking like a jelly. I was human enough to enjoy his discomfiture, and just stared at him while he tortured himself with the thoughts which my most unwelcome arrival had started. Lander glanced from one to the other of us in perplexity, and for more than a minute the tense silence was unbroken. Then von Felsen clasped his hands to his head with a faint groan of agony. "Where is Fraulein von Ringham?" I asked. At the sound of my voice he glanced up at me, and then cowered and shrank like a beaten cur. The silent gesture chilled me with sudden dread. My confidence and the sense of victory fell away from me like a dropped cloak. I was too late after all. A frenzy of rage seized upon me. I rushed upon him, and seizing him by the throat, shook him till his teeth chattered, and flung him away, and sent him asprawl to the ground. "You shall pay with your life for this," I cried fiercely. "Go for the police, Lander," I said, turning to my companion. Here, take this card to Herr Felderman." And I scribbled a message to Felderman to come. "No, no, wait," said Von Felsen in a weak voice as he struggled to his feet. "Wait till we have talked together." "We've passed the time for talk," I answered with an oath. "Where is Fraulein Althea?" "Send him away," and he motioned toward Lander. "Where is she?" I asked again. I'm not safe to fool in this mood. I was beside myself with the lust for revenge, and could have found it in me to tear the life out of him there and then. This is the end of things for you. I will tell you all. Send him away. She is safe and well. Wait in the hall there till I call you, I told Lander, and I unlocked the door, let him out, and relocked it. Now, you treacherous devil, out with the truth, I thundered. Have you forced her to marry you? If you have, I swear on my soul that you shall pay for it with your life. He fell back before me, gray and sweat-dappled with terror. For God's sake, he exclaimed, I admit everything. Tell me, I stormed. She is in the room across there with the others. Come then, and I twisted my fingers into his collar and hauled him toward the door. He hung back and squirmed like a reluctant puppy at the end of the leash. As we reached it, someone knocked sharply on the panels. Help! Help! I am being murdered, yelled Von Felsen. Break in this door, cried a voice. Keeping my grip on his collar, I unlocked the door and threw it open. Herr Borsen and a couple of strangers rushed in, and at the door of the room opposite stood two women with Althea behind them. Borsen did not recognize me, and he and the other men were throwing themselves upon me to rescue Von Felsen from my clutches, when Althea broke past the women and called me by name. Bastable, exclaimed Borsen with a great start of surprise as he held the others in check. What on earth is the meaning of this? I took no notice of him, and hurling Von Felsen back into the room, pushed through to Althea and took her hands. All is well with you? I asked. Yes, you came just in time, she cried, pressing my hands and trembling. But with you, I have been mad with fear. Nothing matters now, I replied, with a smile of intense relief. I insist on knowing the meaning of your forcing yourself into this house in this disguise, and of your attempt on Herr von Felsen's life, Mr. Bastable, said Borsen angrily, coming up to me. For the moment, I could not answer him. The reaction from the furious rage which had maddened me in my fear that I had arrived too late, and the sense of infinite relief at Althea's assurances rendered me as weak as a girl. I leaned against the lintel of the door and met his angry look with a fatuous smile. Quick to see this, Von Felsen made an attempt to get out of the room. I'll send for the police, he said, with an effort at bluster. This roused me. I pushed him back. Get me some brandy, I said to Borsen. I am faint a bit. You shall have all the story you want, but that little beast must stop here. This is monstrous, cried Borsen indignantly. Lander, take my message to Herr Felderman. If he wants the police, he shall have them, I added to Borsen. No, no, cried Von Felsen hurriedly. We'd better talk first. Borsen looked at him keenly, and then at me. You see, I said, you needn't go, Lander. Borsen crossed and spoke eagerly to Von Felsen, and I turned to Althea, who brought me a glass of wine. I drank it eagerly, and as I handed her back the glass, our hands touched, and our eyes met. I can scarcely believe it all yet. You are really not hurt? She asked wistfully. I've lost my boots and worn out a pair of socks, but otherwise I'm all right. And I smiled and held up one foot, the sock of which was dangling in tatters. How can you smile at it like that? Because we've won. A narrow margin, but it's a win all right. But you were in the hands of the police. I saw you. No, that was only a make-believe. That little brute planned it to deceive you, but he won't do any more planning for a while. They were his men dressed up, and he worked it so that you should see it all for yourself. He told me in the afternoon that you had been arrested, and that he could get you out if I would marry him at once. I insisted on having some proof, and when I saw you tonight, I gave in. These people were here for the marriage then. I insisted on having witnesses and on hearing from Herr Borsen that what Herr von Felsen had promised would be done. That caused the delay. If you had been half an hour later, von Felsen would have gone to the scaffold. I finished when she paused. Oh, Paul, it's true, but here comes Borsen. You had better go home to Chalice's, I think. I don't want to leave you again. You get into such troubles. I've only lost my boots, I laughed, and at that she smiled too. We had better come to an understanding, Mr. Bastable, said Borsen, coming up then. You know, of course, that you have to explain many things in regard to your association with the Polish plot. Althea started in alarm at this. You can take that threat back, Borsen, or I shall say what I have to say before the rest of the people here, I returned sharply. I didn't mean it as a threat, he replied. So much the better. Let someone see Fräulein von Ringham home, and then we'll talk. The minister who was to have performed the ceremony agreed to go with her, and then Borsen, von Felsen, and I were left alone. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The end. As soon as we three were left alone, I drew an easy chair close to the door, threw myself into it, and begged a cigar from Borsen. Now, Herr Borsen, what has von Felsen told you? I asked sharply. I'm dead beat and want to get to bed. We'll have this thing over as soon as possible. I'm going to let him tell you why he wouldn't allow me to send for Felderman just now, and I'll sit here and check what he says. He can tell you as much as he likes. You don't appear to understand that you have to explain your connection with the Polish party, he retorted. My explanation is easy. I had two objects, one to save the Baron von Ringham, the other to catch von Felsen tripping. I have succeeded in both. He knows that, and more than that, and I can, of course, prove everything. What does this mean? He asked von Felsen, who was staring at me in dire fear about what I meant to tell. I gave him 24 hours in which to get out of the country. Let him tell you under what circumstances. That'll clear the ground. Von Felsen was too frightened to attempt a reply, however, and he sat eyeing us both uneasily and pulling at his fingers with little nervous jerks. The matter's 1,000 times more serious than you think, Borsen, and if I did the right thing, I should send straight for the police and hand him over to them. But if he makes a clean breast of it, and if the things are done which I require, I'm willing to hold my tongue. You think you are in a position to make terms, cried Borsen, with some show of indignation. I don't think it. I know it. You have two things to get into your head. In the first place, that this fellow is a most infernal scoundrel, and that I have found him out. And in the second, that I am in possession of that paper which was stolen from the Count's office, and of the set of duplicate keys which enable the thief to steal it. What do you mean? He was intensely excited on the instant. Look here, and I pointed at von Felsen, who was cowering down in his chair in a condition of abject terror. Do you mean that he... My God, is it possible? he cried, horror-struck. Yes, that is just what I do mean. Let him tell you himself. If he won't, then I will, and I shall add the rest. The rest is blacker still. It was some time before von Felsen could bring himself to speak, and then he gave a long, rambling story of how he had been in Ziegler's power, and had been forced to disclose secret after secret, until the theft of the papers had been the climax. Questions from me brought out the rest, that he had brought Baron von Ringham to Berlin, had let him know where Althea was in order to entrap me, and all the rest of it, including my abduction by Dragon and the attempts on my life. Borson was almost unnerved. He sat with his head buried in his hands as he listened, and at the end his face was grey and drawn, and he looked across at me with a deep sigh of anguish. "We are in your hands, Mr. Bastable. It will ruin the Count." "There is even worse yet, if it has to be told," I replied grimly. "What are your terms?" "A pardon for Baron von Ringham, and the restoration of his estates. You have already obtained the promise of that, you know, and the clearance of all complications affecting myself. A confession that he lied to Hagar Ziegler in accusing me of her father's murder. A letter from you now that you have heard von Felsen's confession, and a written undertaking that you will be responsible for his safe keeping until all is settled." "You shall have them tomorrow," he said after a pause. "Thank you. I prefer to have them now. But I cannot promise all this on my own account. Then we'll have the police here. I don't mean to lose sight of that scoundrel again until I know where I stand. I must see the Count first. Then see him tonight. You have my last word." "You might take my word of honor, I think." "I don't doubt you, but I'll take nothing but the actual evidence. You might not be able to prevail with the others." "I'll go to him," he agreed. He went at once, and I locked the door behind him and sat smoking in silence. "Do you mean to accuse me of that murder?" asked von Felsen after a long pause. "Yes, if I don't get my own way, and of everything else." Not another word passed between us until Borson returned after an hour or so and brought what I needed. The rest of the business was very soon completed. I wrote a very short note to Althea, telling her that all was now well, and that I would see her early on the following morning, and then turned to consider my last problem, where to sleep that night. It seemed a very trifling thing indeed, but it was to have consequences none the less. Count von Felsen had insisted upon his son going to his house, and Borson was to take him. I could not stay where I was. I was not inclined to run the risk of going to my own house, lest Dragon, or any of the men with him, should come to make trouble, and in my bootless and generally dishevelled condition I was doubtful of being received into any hotel. I explained the position to Borson, and he agreed to take me in the carriage with him and von Felsen, and drop me at a hotel where he would vouch for me. Lander accompanied me. The matter was thus soon settled with the hotel people, and Borson returned to the cab. I was just entering the lift, feeling as tired as a dog, when he came rushing back. "He's gone," he exclaimed excitedly. "Who's gone?" "Von Felsen. He bolted while I was talking to the people here." "Perhaps that's the best way out of it all. Anyway, I'm too dog-tired to look for him tonight. I'll see you in the morning." And with that I left him staring blankly after me as the lift started. It was close to noon before I rose, and I should not have woke then had it not been that someone was thumping vigorously at my door. I opened it and found Felderman waiting impatiently to see me. Dragan had been arrested, and the whole story of my treatment by him and his fellow scoundrels had been told to the police by one of the gang, who had made a full confession. Felderman had been to Borsen, as von Felsen's name had been mentioned, and he had come to me to learn what I should do. I can't tell you yet, I replied. I could not. I wished to see Althea first, and ascertain her wishes as to our movements. For my part, I was anxious to get away from Berlin as soon as possible. The last few days had been quite strenuous enough to satisfy me, and I realized the necessity of putting as great a distance as possible between myself and the Polish party. "Has von Felsen turned up?" I asked him. He shook his head and grinned. "I think we could trace him. I have a clue, but it may not be desirable to follow it up." "Which means?" "I expect you know more than they have told me, but I know enough to make me doubt whether his father is very anxious to see him again. Of course, if you take steps against these men, it may have to come out, the whole of it." "What's the clue?" "That Jew girl, Hagar Ziegler, left the city this morning for Hamburg with a companion. There's a boat sails today for Philadelphia." "And the sex of the companion?" He shrugged his shoulders and smiled significantly. "A woman, apparently, but only one berth has been booked for a woman, by wire, of course, although by a coincidence a steerage passage has been reserved for a male passenger." "And what does Herr Borsen propose to do?" "Nothing. And you?" "Nothing," I replied, adopting the same laconic tone. He looked relieved. "And Dragan and the rest? Are you eager to push the charge hard against them?" "What has Borsen said to you about that?" "Nothing," he said again, looking at me very meaningly. "You have something to say on your own account, then?" "No more than a personal opinion as a friend of yours. I have a sort of idea that if the whole matter were dropped, the other things you wish might be more easily arranged." I understood and smiled. "Is that a bargain?" He nodded. "Speaking as your friend, I should think you may regard it as settled." "The brutes meant to take my life. They ought to be punished." "I think you may leave that to us." "Very well, I will," I agreed. "I'm glad you see it as I do," he said as he rose. "Oh, by the way, are you leaving Berlin?" "Probably. Why?" "Oh, there was a row and some fighting in a riverside warehouse the other evening, and a man was found with a bullet in his head in an open boat." "Suicide?" "I suppose so. No proof of anything else. The affair was political, we think. We caught one or two of those concerned, but some escaped. I don't suppose we shall catch them. They are either out of the country by this time, or will be before we can lay hands on them." "I expect you're right, Felderman. I had an idea that there was something to be done against the Wondervole, you know. She was to have been moored just off that warehouse, and I got Bassett, the man who followed me on my old paper, you know, to print a word of warning from Paris." He gave a little start of surprise. "They wouldn't thank you if they knew, but I don't suppose you'll delay your going to wait for their thanks." And with that he left me. I got up, then borrowed a pair of boots, telephoned to Althea that I had been detained, had my breakfast, and drove to my house and dressed myself in decent clothes, and packed a trunk, and returned with it to the hotel, where I found Borsen awaiting me. He had heard the result of my interview with Felderman, and had come to arrange for the papers to be handed over. "They are in Brussels," I said, "but I am going through there myself, and the little interval will just allow time for your part of the matter to be concluded. By the way, that state concert is tonight, isn't it?" "Yes, and if the new prima pleases the court, It is very likely the announcement of the Baron's pardon will be made by his Majesty, and the more likely because the Prince von Graven will be present with his future bride, the Princess von Altenwald. I suppose you know that the Imperial Marriage is now definitely settled. Everything is going your way. I hope tomorrow that way will be the way toward England, in which case your messenger can meet me in Brussels. You might do worse than take the Baron with you. A temporary absence would be a good thing. I hurried off to Althea with this budget of good news, but only to meet with a disappointment. She was not at home, and Chalise had just returned from a final rehearsal with Herr Grumpel, and was busy with the dressmakers trying on her costume for the evening. She received me with very scant courtesy. She was in high spirits about the concert, but in a bad temper about her dress. I can't see you now, Herr Bastable. I haven't a moment. Where is Althea? I asked. Would you believe that she could have been so inconsiderate as to go rushing off at a time like this, when every minute is precious to get my costume perfect for this evening? I could cry with vexation. No one ever thinks about me, and I have to do everything for myself, and for them too. And there isn't the slightest need. At the risk of sacrificing everything, I went out to that horrible farm yesterday and arranged for the Baron to remain there. She has gone to her father, then? Yes, imagine doing such a thing, and all these things here to be settled. And she really has good taste in such things. I do wish people would not be so selfish. I can't understand it. I shall never be ready, I know. How did you find the Baron? Well, of course, there was no need at all for me to go to him. I think it was horrid of you to make me waste the time in rushing out there at all. I will go out there now myself. By the way, did Althea say anything to you about your leaving Berlin for a time? About my leaving? She cried with positively indignant surprise. Directly after my appearance, when everyone will be talking about me? Herr Bastable! Her father will go, and she will go with him. You can scarcely remain by yourself, can you? Are you all mad, or in league to ruin me? Why, to go away at such a moment would be— The tragedy of such a prospect was obviously too terrible to be put in words. But the court will prefer you to be away for a time, I said, rising. Our letter to the Emperor did all that we hoped, and the Imperial Marriage is now definitely settled. The happy pair will be among the guests tonight to witness your triumph. I hope it will be great enough even to satisfy you. She was a singular girl. She showed her lovely teeth in a smile, cast down her eyes, sighed, and then looked up and held out her hand. I didn't understand you at first. Of course you mean that I should show that I really do feel the separation keenly. Oh, I wish I had always had someone so clever to advise me. I should not break my heart if I were you, I replied gravely. She flashed a quick glance at me. I shall get over it, but don't you think we might contrive to let it leak out that, if I really must go, it is because I am so upset? We can try, I laughed. You have a knack of putting things so nicely, Herr Bastable, she said as we shook hands. Do that if you can for me. Oh, by the way, there's a letter for you from Althea. I quite forgot it. It was only a line to say that she had gone out to her father and intended to bring him back with her, and she hinted that until we knew more of his feeling toward me, it might be better for me not to see him. Would I wait for her return? I set off to see Bassett and get the papers which I had given him overnight, and then hurried on all the preparations for my leaving the city. I went 2 or 3 times to see if Althea had returned, but it was not until quite late in the evening that I saw her. I was sure you would understand my going off to my father, she said when we met. Of course, it is just what I would have had you do. How is he? Surprisingly well, just like himself, but I have persuaded him to go to bed. Besides, I thought you would rather tell me all there is to tell alone. I am dying to know it all. I never passed such a day of suspense in my life. It is all just what you would wish it to be, except perhaps in one respect. I'll tell you that presently. And I went on with a long description of everything except the truth about Herr Ziegler's murder. She put many questions and insisted upon having all the details, her tell-tale face showing how intense was her interest. "And now what is there I shall not like?" she asked at length. I looked very grave. "It is about you and—" I paused and appeared reluctant to speak of it. I tried very hard to arrange so that— "You will give me credit for having done my best in your interests, I'm sure, but—" "What is it?" she cried impatiently. I sighed and then asked hesitatingly. It was made a sort of condition, you know, and although he was willing to leave everything else to you, I couldn't get any relief. "But what is it?" she cried again. I scarcely like to. It's so difficult that— But I'm afraid you'll have to give in. You know how hard I tried to save you from from Von Felsen, but I don't like putting it on the ground that it would help me, but it really would mean that— Would that marriage— I paused as if in great embarrassment. "Tell me, this is cruel," she said quickly. "Could you make the sacrifice— You said he had left the country. I wasn't speaking of—" She did not let me finish. She laid her hand on my arm and looked up all smiles and blushes into my eyes. "It would serve him right if I refused, sir. To frighten me like this. Does the condition frighten you then?" She crept into my arms and laid her head on my shoulder with a little sigh. There was no need for any other answer. We were nearly caught in this silent enjoyment of our victory by Chalice, who came rustling in to tell us of hers. "It has been an absolute triumph," she announced boisterously. "The Kaiser was so delighted with my voice that he sent for me to say that he should pardon the Baron on my account. He is the loveliest man in the world." And to this hour she believes that it was that, and that only, which had secured the imperial clemency. End of chapter 30, and of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont.
Chapter 1 of An Imperial Marriage. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn. An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. Chapter 1. The Imperial Marriage. When the Kaiser planned the marriage between his kinswoman, the Princess von Altenfeld, and his handsome favorite, the Prince von Graven, the Imperial Marriage, as the court gossips styled it, there did not appear to be even the remotest possibility that it could ever be any concern of mine. The news was almost the last I sent through to my paper, the London Newsletter, for I heard of it just before I resigned my position as Berlin Special Correspondent on succeeding to my uncle's fortune. I had remained on in the capital, ostensibly to give a lift to my successor, my old varsity chum, Gerald Bassett, but in reality for a reason which no one knew, except my sister Bessie. and she only guessed it was on Althea's account. Sisters have a knack of ferreting out these secrets, and I gathered that she had guessed mine because she had dropped more than one hint that Althea, being a great friend of hers, would be very welcome as a sister-in-law. That was the position when, at a dance one night, Hugo von Felsen told me with a grin on his thin, long, malicious face that the Imperial Marriage was in danger because Prince von Graven had fallen in love with Althea and she with him. I had always detested von Felsen and had only tolerated him in my newspaper days because, as the son of a powerful minister, Count von Felsen, he could sometimes be tapped for valuable information. The fact that this news came from him made it seem even worse than it was. "You can see for yourself," he added. "There they are together. All Berlin knows about it. Look, everybody is watching them." And his close-set, cunning eyes were fixed on my face as if he knew how his words would affect me, and was pleased. "They are worth looking at anyhow," I answered, with a shrug of indifference. They were. In my eyes Althea was the most beautiful girl in the room, the type of a lovely brunette with perfectly moulded features, large lustrous eyes instinct with tenderness and sympathy, and a figure of consummate grace. But then I looked at her with the eyes of a lover. The prince was also strikingly handsome. Tall, with a soldierly bearing, and as fair as Althea was dark, his face was marred only by the weakness of the mouth. "We only want the Kaiser himself and the Princess von Altenfeld to complete the picture, eh?" sneered von Felsen, with a chuckle of malice. "How his High and Mightiness would enjoy the sight! As much as you do, Bastable." "Yourself, you should say, rather, judging by your looks," I retorted. "It is nothing to me." "You wouldn't have a chance if it were," he snapped. I was not going to let him see how hard I was hit by the news, and as the band struck up then I turned away in search of my partner. This was Chalice Mennerheim, really Althea's niece, although the relationship appeared a little absurd, as there was only a year or so between them. I meant to find out from her whether there was any foundation for von Felsen's insinuation. Chalice had a remarkable voice, and Althea had brought her to Berlin to be trained by Herr Grumpel, the great professor, whose influence at court was as powerful as his skill in voice culture was great. After a couple of turns around the room, I led her into one of the conservatories. She was very vain and intensely selfish, and would have been really pretty had it not been for a certain hard, calculating expression in her light blue eyes. They always suggested to me the eyes of an unskilfully painted picture. I paid her a number of compliments, and then led round to the subject of the prince, observing casually that I had just heard some news about him. "Tell me," she said, with a quick side glance and a very musical laugh, as she laid her hand on my arm with a little coaxing gesture, It's awfully wicked, and Althea is always at me about it, but I love scandal, and I'm scarcely 20 yet. What I shall be at 30 makes me shudder. A regular old scandal-monger, I expect." "You are not shuddering, only smiling and looking very pretty. The Prince thinks you very pretty too, I presume, by the way he was looking at you when you were dancing with him just now." She laughed again. "What were you going to tell me?" "They say the Imperial Marriage is in danger because he—" I left the sentence unfinished intentionally. Go on, because tell me." "Haven't you noticed anything which would enable you to finish the sentence?" "You don't mean Althea?" Her voice sank to a whisper. I felt a grip at my heart at this confirmation. Half the people here were watching them just now as they stood together in the center of the room. She burst suddenly into a fit of merry, irresponsible laughter. "Isn't it fun?" she cried. I suppose it was, to her. I did not see the humor of it, however. "There may not be much laughter in it when the Kaiser hears," I growled. "Ah, the Kaiser!" and she shrugged her shapely shoulders petulantly. "What business has he to turn matchmaker? Why should not the Prince marry whom he pleases? Think what an ugly thing is that Princess von Altenfeld." She appeared to be quite indignant on Althea's account. "It would cost the Prince the Emperor's favor and his position at court," I replied. "And probably he would be packed off to some fever hole in the colonies on military service. Nice for Althea, that. The Kaiser can be hard when he likes." "It's unjust, infamous!" she exclaimed vehemently. "Poor Althea! But you don't think that, really? The Kaiser likes him too well." "He has done it before, remember?" Jealousy plays odd pranks with a man. Here was I finding a sort of morbid delight in drawing this gloomy picture, when in reality I wished Althea all the happiness in the world. But the smart of my disappointment was so fresh that I felt positively spiteful for the moment. Chalice cast her eyes down, and in the pause a partner came to look for her. She threw me a little nod and a smile, as if we had had the pleasantest chat, and flitted off prattling to her partner and making eyes at him as I had seen her make them to 100 other men before. I sat on and brooded. I had been a self-centered ass not to have seen things, and a fool to dream that such a girl as Althea would ever give me a second thought. And then with a sigh I resolved to get out of Berlin without loss of time. I was walking off to the smoking room when I came on Althea sitting alone. "I believe you have actually forgotten that this was our dance, Mr. Bastable," she said with a reproachful look and a smile. She always spoke English, and spoke it remarkably well. I had forgotten it, and mumbled a lame apology. "Let us sit out the remainder of it, then. I am rather tired. And you look as if the weight of a throne were on your shoulders. Are you worried?" I dropped into the seat by her side and began to make small talk, although every pulse in my body was leaping with the desire to speak of the feeling that filled my heart. At length she spoke of Chalice. "You were talking to her just now," she said, and appeared to be discussing some very grave subject. I resolved suddenly to get the truth from her. It was about you, in fact. About me? She asked in surprise. I don't know whether you'll think I'm putting my foot in it, but I should like to tell you something. What a grave preface, she said jestingly, but with an earnest look. I fidgeted uneasily under her gaze. The fact is, I heard something from von Felsen, and Chalice confirmed it, about you and Prince von Graven. She pressed her hands together quickly, and a tinge of color crept into her cheeks. Chalice confirmed it, she repeated. What did she say? Well, the fact is, you see, when you and the prince were standing together in the middle of the room a while back, a whole lot of people were staring at you, and there was a lot of talk as to what the Kaiser would be likely to do when he heard about you too. I kept my eyes on the ground and felt many parts of a fool in the pause which followed. Then Althea laughed, and I looked up. It is a very awkward position, of course, and equally of course you do not quite understand it. I meant to tell you and Bessie all about it. I will do so one day. We must be more careful for the future. And again she laughed. Her laughter nettled me. It ought not to have done so, of course. She could not possibly know how I felt. If you wish to avoid the Kaiser's anger, you certainly must be, but I am going off to England by the afternoon mail tomorrow, I declared bluntly. My reference to the Kaiser stopped her laughter, and she looked very grave for a moment. I must say good-bye to you then, I suppose. We shook hands, and then to my surprise she added, I wish I knew what the Kaiser would do. It would let the thing be cleared up. I wish you happiness with all my heart, I replied earnestly. Thank you, Mr. Bastable. I am sure you do. I should like, but of course I can't. Good-bye. And with this she turned away a little abruptly. I told my sister as we were driving home that I was going to England on the following day, and she guessed at once that Althea was the cause, and got the truth out of me. I don't believe it, Paul, was her verdict, but perhaps the best thing is for you to go away. A change will do you good, and as Aunt Charlotte is coming here, I must stay behind. Aunt Charlotte was Mrs. Ellicott, a wealthy, childless widow who made a great favourite of Bessie and was to leave her her money. A sleepless night's reflection confirmed me in my resolve to go away, and the next afternoon found me at the station. Then the unexpected happened. I was looking after my luggage, and Bessie had gone off to buy me some papers, when Althea came hurrying up to me. "Oh, Mr. Bastable, I remembered you would be here. I am in desperate trouble. Will you help me?" She was pale, and, although she smiled, I could see she was trembling with nervous excitement. "Of course I will. Tell me," I replied quickly. To help her, I was ready to toss every plan I had formed into the melting pot of change. "I am to be arrested." "Arrested? You?" I exclaimed in profound astonishment. She laid her hand on my arm and made a brave effort to smile again. "I think it is on account of Prince von Graven." Her voice died down gradually as she said this hesitatingly until it was little more than a whisper, and her eyes fell. "And where is he, then?" I blurted out, like the clumsy lout I was. I guessed, of course, that the news had reached the Kaiser's ears, and he had taken prompt action. But that the prince should have left her to bear the brunt of the imperial anger alone in this way was downright cowardice. "You don't understand, Mr. Bastable," she said, biting her lip. "But Oh, they are following me now. What am I to do?" I pulled myself together. "Do you mean the police?" "I don't know. I was on the point of leaving the house when they came. The maid, Lotta, helped me to slip away, but I think they followed me." "Do they know you well by sight?" "I think not. I passed one of them outside. I got a cab, but they followed." "It will be all right. Bessie is here. Don't worry. We'll see you through." Bessie came hurrying up with an exclamation of surprise at seeing Althea. "Don't stop to ask any questions, Bess," I said. "Fräulein Korpa is in some bother. Take her into one of the waiting rooms and change cloaks and hats with her. She can come back to me, but you must drive off somewhere in a cab. Get out when you are a mile or so away, and then go home on foot. There isn't a moment to lose. Quick, both of you." Bessie hurried Althea away almost before I had finished speaking, and I turned to see that my luggage was put back into the cloak-room instead of being registered. I made the excuse that one of the trunks had been forgotten. Althea returned before I had finished, and I gave her a critical look. My sister had been wearing a long drab driving coat and a very plain, essentially English golf cap, and I could not restrain a smile at the change they effected in Althea. No German would dream of taking their wearer for one of his countrywomen. She was still nervous, and as she came up she whispered that the men she meant had just entered the station. A glance in the direction she indicated showed me that I knew one of them, a police agent named Dormund, not the one who had seen her, fortunately. "It will be all right," I said reassuringly. "Now just a touch or two more, and you will pass as English. Put your hair back right out of sight, slip on these sun spectacles, purse up your lip, and show as many of your teeth as possible. You know the German cartoon of the average English girl. Look as plain and formidable as you can, and only speak to me to snap out a word or so, as if we were quarrelling." She tried to follow my directions, and I was glad to see her smile in amusement despite her alarm. "That's better. I know one of the men, and he will probably come over and speak to me. We are supposed to be brother and sister for a minute or two. He has never seen Bessie, and we are wrangling because you have left one of my trunks behind and caused me to lose the train in consequence. Be looking among these trunks over there so that you can keep your face averted." "He is not the man who saw me," she whispered when I pointed to Dormund, who caught sight of me soon afterwards and came over. "Why you couldn't see that all the things were brought beats me," I exclaimed in a loud, irritable tone to Althea. "I thought you could be trusted to count as far as 4 without a mistake. Giving all this infernal trouble. I shall have to go back for it, and so miss the train. Enough to make a man almost swear." Dormont was now close and had heard much of what I said and was looking intently at Althea. "Herr Bastable, excuse me," he said. I turned on him quickly and irritably, and then smiled. "Hullo, Herr Dormont. I wondered who the deuce it was, and was within an ace of venting a bit of temper on you for the interruption. My sister has forgotten a trunk of mine, and now I shall miss the train." I gestured towards Althea. She had her profile toward him, and his face showed me that he had no suspicion. "Ah, your sister," he said, and raised his hat, and looked first at her and then to me, as if expecting an introduction. "I heard you were leaving Berlin to-day," he continued, when I did not take the hint. "It is indeed annoying." A scowl and an angry murmur gave him the measure of my temper. "It's a marvel to me that women can make such blunders," I growled. "Where are you going?" "London, and now there's no train till the night mail, and I hate night travelling." "Have you been long in the station?" "About half an hour or so. It took my sister that time to find out that she had made any mistake at all." And I shot another wrathful glance at Althea. There was no doubt about my being in a very bad temper over it. "Then perhaps you can do me a little service. You know Fräulein Korper, I believe. Have you seen her here within the last few minutes?" "My dear fellow, I haven't had eyes for anything but my luggage, and not enough eyes to see all that even," I replied with a short angry laugh. "Have you seen anything of Althea Korper here, Bessie?" I called. "No," she snapped, as irritably as I had spoken before. It was well done. "Thank you," I replied in the same snappy tone. "I'm sorry," I said to Dormont. "Don't you know her by sight, then?" "Unfortunately, no." I lowered my voice. "You're surely not seeking her officially?" He smiled and threw up his hands, leaving me to infer what I pleased. "By Jove!" I exclaimed. "Can't say I wish you luck, Dormont." Then I turned to the porter. "Here, get these trunks to the cloak-room. I'll drive back for the other and see if I can catch the train after all. Come along, Bessie." She acted the sulky sister to the life, and succeeded in keeping her face almost entirely averted from Dormont. He remained with me while I got rid of the luggage, and then while I chartered the cab, and I began to wonder if after all he had not some suspicion, and whether he would let Althea go. She had kept behind us, and when the cab was ready, the door of which Dormont himself held open, she hurried past him and took her seat. He closed the door and stood bareheaded while we drove off. I drew a breath of relief. "Will he follow us?" asked Althea nervously. "Not he. He hasn't a thought of the trick we've played him." "Oh, Mr. Bastable, how could you do it so naturally? I was positively trembling the whole time." "You needn't worry about anything now," I said reassuringly. "Try to fix your thoughts on what is to be done next." "I don't know what to do," she murmured. Neither did I, nor did I seem to care. The unexpectedness of it all had taken my breath away. The whole position was so unreal that I was in the clouds. A few minutes before I had been bent only upon rushing away in search of distraction from the galling rack of my disappointment on her account, and now she had rushed to me in the hour of her trouble and was by my side, trusting to me to get her out of it all. I would do it at any cost, but for the moment I was so elated by the proof of her confidence that I could think of nothing else. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 2. Complications. Althea was at first unwilling to go to our house, as such a course might involve us in some way with the authorities, but I would not listen to her objections. "Let me suggest one precaution," I said as the cab stopped, "that you hold your handkerchief to your face as you enter. We have one German servant, Gretchen, and she had better not recognize you. The other two are English and will hold their tongues." She adopted the suggestion, and when we entered the house we found that Bessie had already arrived and had explained that I had missed the train. She kissed Althea and fussed over her in the way girls have, and I could see that she was bursting with curiosity to know everything. After a few minutes she suggested that I should send a telegram home to say I was not going, and as I saw that she wished to be left alone with Althea, I went off at once. It turned out to be lucky that I did, for Lieutenant von Bernhoff, a man who took a great deal more interest in Bessie than she did in him, was just getting out of a cab as I left the house. "What has happened, Bastable? I went to the station to see you off, and Dormund told me you weren't going. From what he was saying, I was afraid that something had happened to your sister." I shut down a smile. "There's nothing the matter. One of my trunks was left behind, and I had to put off my journey. I'm on my way to wire to my people at home. Come with me." He was no favorite of mine, and as a friend of Dormund's, about the last man in Berlin to be trusted with the secret of Althea's presence in the house. He went with me to send the telegram, and plagued me with 100 questions about Bessie, the reason for her having to wear spectacles, and so on, and when we reached the house again, he wanted to come in and see her. "You must excuse her to-day, von Bernhoff. The place is all 6s and 7s on account of my intended departure," I said with a shrug. "You found your lost trunk, I hope? Dormund told me you were in a fine temper about it." "I am much obliged to him, but he might mind his own business." "He was minding it in a sense," he replied with a grin. "I had promised to introduce him to your sister. He knows, you know," and he grinned meaningly. "A pity you were not there earlier, then," I said carelessly, repressing a smile at what would have been the result if he had been. "I shall bring him some day to introduce him," he declared as we shook hands. "By all means, he is a good fellow, but not until I get back to Berlin." "He is awfully keen to know her now," and with this somewhat cryptic remark he grinned again and turned away. I went upstairs wondering curiously whether Dormund had said anything else about the Bessie he had seen at the station to start von Bernhoff's suspicions. The complications were beginning already. But Althea and Bessie appeared to be taking the matter lightly, for a burst of merry laughter from them both rang out as I opened the door. "Paul of the grave face!" cried Bessie. "Look at him, Althea." Althea's eyes were shining brightly, and the colour had returned to her cheeks, as I saw when she looked up at my entrance. "It is good to find you like this," I said. "It is Bessie, she is wonderful," said Althea. "There is just no trouble at all," declared Bessie, coming toward me with a light of pleasure dancing in her eyes. "It is the most ridiculous mistake, Paul, and all this bother to-day appears to be the result of it. Shall I tell him?" Althea nodded. "About the Prince von Graven, it isn't Althea he cares for at all. It's Chalice. Althea has let everyone believe it, lest Chalice's prospects should be injured." I stared and caught my breath in surprise and almost fierce delight at this wonderful news. But Bessie was a thoughtful little body, and she had placed herself purposely so that Althea should not see the effect upon me, and to give me time to recover myself, she added, "You'll have some tea, won't you, Paul? Ring the bell for another cup." I turned away and rang the bell, and then, with a big effort, I choked down my delighted surprise and drew a chair close to the others. "So it's Chalice, eh?" I asked quietly. "Of course no one must know it except you two," said Althea. Bessie laughed mischievously. "Even that doesn't much matter, does it, Paul?" "It makes no end of a difference," I said gravely. "But why on earth have you allowed the mistake to be made? Both you and Chalice herself let me share it last night, too." "It is for Chalice's sake," said Althea. "You had just come from her, and I saw what she had told you. You know she is in my care, and that I promised my sister on her deathbed that I would look after her." "You speak as if she were a child and you a grave and sedate matron, Althea," declared Bessie. "And there can't be more than a year or two between you." "3 years, Bessie. Chalice is only 20, and I am her aunt, you know." We all smiled at this. "But that is no reason why you should get into all this bother on account of the Prince," objected Bessie. "The simplest thing will be to let the truth be known," I put in. "Oh, no, no," protested Althea vehemently. "Anything but that, at any rate for the present. Herr Grumpel declares her voice will take the whole country by storm, and she is to make her debut soon. She has a brilliant future before her, and if she were to incur the displeasure of the court at such a time, it would ruin everything." "But Prince von Graven won't wish his wife to be a singer," I objected, "even supposing such a marriage were ever sanctioned." "Chalice declares she will not do a thing to hurt his interests. That is why she will not have a betrothal." "But what about you, Althea?" cried Bessie indignantly. "Are you to be packed off to prison or out of the country in order that the secret may be kept?" "It must be kept, Bessie," said Althea very decidedly. "I think a little plain talk to the Prince would be a good thing," I suggested. "He thinks only of Chalice, and will not do anything against her wish." "Something like a deadlock, then," I murmured. If everything was to hinge only on Chalice's wishes, the case promised to be awkward. We were silent for a while, and then I said, "You will be placed in a very ugly fix. We all know what the Kaiser is when anyone opposes him. You surely won't go to the extreme of letting yourself be arrested." This appeared to alarm her seriously. No, no, there are other reasons, too, she exclaimed hastily. Then your only course is for you to leave the country. I can't even leave Berlin while Chalice is here. Then take her with you. There's Herr Grumpel. If she left now, it would ruin everything. I tossed up my hands with a smile. The position was impossible. Hadn't you better fetch your trunks from the station, Paul? Asked Bessie. I'm afraid there's nothing in them that will solve this puzzle. At any rate, you will not go home now, she retorted meaningly. And while you go for them, Althea and I can talk things over. I have made up my mind. She must, of course, stay with us for the time. No, no, protested Althea. I rose, delighted at the idea. We shall have everything settled by the time you're back, Paul. There's Gretchen, remember? I replied as I went out of the room. I walked to the station and started to think things over, but there was one thought which for the time crowded out all others. Althea was not in love with the prince. Thank heaven for that. And compared with that, nothing mattered. I would find some way out of the tangle, and in the meantime, well, I could hope again. And then I began dreaming and planning with the sanguine vanity of a man very much in love and once more able to hope for the best. Dormund was still at the station and met me as I entered. Ah, Herr Bastable, going on your journey after all? Not tonight. I don't travel at night if I can help it. Well, that is perhaps as well. It will give you more time. All passports have to be viséed afresh. But of course I can see to that for you if you like. Why's that? Anything happened? It would interest you if you were still on your paper. Trouble with those cursed Poles again. A plot to rob one of the Imperial couriers of his papers. We had news from Köln and prevented it, but some of the scoundrels are known to be here in Berlin, and we are watching for them. If we were to behead a few of them, it would save a lot of trouble. There would be so many less to make the trouble anyway, I replied carelessly. Do you know the people in it? I know who is at the bottom of it, and so do you, for you have written about him often enough. That Baron von Ringheim. There's no proof, of course, there never is, but proof or no proof, I'd put him in safe keeping if I had my way. He's the most dangerous man in Europe to our government. I think you have him on the brain, Dormund, I laughed. I'd rather have him under lock and key, he retorted almost angrily. But get the evening paper, you will see something about it there. I had heard a good deal about this Baron von Ringheim. He had been banished many years before for some offence against the government, and his estates had been confiscated. He was believed to have allied himself with all parties who had grievances against the government, had been very active in the work of sedition, and was credited with having originated a policy of combination among them for the common purpose of discrediting the government. The policy had been very successful, with the result that, whenever a daring coup of any sort was made or attempted, he was credited with the responsibility. Then I suppose I owe it to the Baron that if I go tomorrow I must get my passport viséed, I replied after a pause. Yes, but of course it will only be a form in your case. By the way, Lieutenant Bernhoff was here after you left this afternoon. He came to bid you good-bye, he said, but I suppose it was more to see your sister. He tells me he has hopes some day of... Eh? And he smiled insinuatingly. One never knows what may happen, Dormund. He is a good fellow, and rich. He would have done me the honor to present me to your sister this afternoon. You may have seen that I was very interested in her. We must find another occasion, then. I am sure the pleasure will be mutual, I said with a smile, the meaning of which he fortunately did not understand. You are very good. He was pleased at the compliment. I assumed a more confidential air. By the way, Dormund, I've been thinking a good deal about that arrest you were after, of Fräulein Korper. You know her well? She is a very great friend of my sister. I managed to suggest more than the words implied, and he smiled. I can't bring myself to think of her as a criminal of any sort. It took my breath away. Of course, I can't tell you anything I know officially, but there can be no harm in my saying that the arrest was ordered from Count von Felsen's office. I'm not after newspaper copy, I laughed, but it bewildered me. At that moment someone came up to him and he excused himself. I bought the evening paper and drove home with my trunks. I had not learned much in regard to Althea, but the fact that the arrest had been ordered from Count von Felsen's office might mean that it was connected with her supposed relations with Prince von Graven. It was certainly unusual, and the Kaiser's hand might well be in the background. Then I read the account of the affair Dormund had spoken of. It read very much like one of the Baron's coups. The courier had been in possession of some very important state papers, and these had all but fallen into the hands of those who had attempted to steal them. The same thing had been done more than once before, I knew. The object was to get hold of such things and then make them public at the moment when they would do the greatest damage. At the present time the Kaiser's naval policy was the target at which they were striking, and the temper of the people was in such a ticklish condition that any well-aimed blow might hamper those in power dangerously. If the old Baron was at the bottom of it, he was certainly a very astute tactician. And if I knew anything of the feelings of the authorities, he and his friends would have a very bad time of it if they were caught. I was folding up the paper when I had a very ugly shock. I caught the name Althea Korper in bold type in the center of a police notice. It was an advertisement announcing her flight, seeking information about her, and warning all who connived at her escape or gave her shelter that they would render themselves liable to prosecution. To this was added a minute and detailed description. This was something indeed. It threw a fresh light upon the reason for the arrest. It was impossible to believe that so drastic a step as this would be taken merely because of the affair with the Prince. There must be more behind than I had thought. Even the Kaiser would not go to the length of setting the police to hunt down a girl merely because a man had fallen in love with her and a court marriage scheme threatened to go wrong in consequence. The idea was simply preposterous. But what could the arrest mean then? I must see if Althea could throw any light on it and warn her. We should have to steer a very careful course, or there would be serious trouble. That was certain. I tore the notice out of the paper and put it in my pocket, and when I reached home I was careful not to show the real concern I felt. "I have persuaded Althea to remain with us for a time, Paul," declared Bessie. "Good. As a matter of fact, it would be a little difficult for you to leave Berlin for a day or two," I said to Althea, as lightly as I could. "There has been some bother with the recalcitrant Polish party." And I went on to give the gist of my talk with Dormund. "Can I see the paper?" she asked. "I am a Pole, you remember?" I had not remembered it, and the coincidence struck me forcibly. I gave her the paper, and said I would see about my luggage while she read it. "Don't go, please, Mr. Bastable. I have something to tell you," she said, looking up from the paper. "About this. I must go away at once." "No, no, Althea," declared Bessie. "We shan't let you go, shall we, Paul?" "I will tell you, and you will see that I must. You know what is here about the Baron von Ringheim, Mr. Bastable. This is evidently the reason for my arrest. I have misled everyone. I did it for Chalice's sake. My name is not Corper at all. It is that," and she pointed to the paper, "von Ringheim. I am his daughter. Now you will understand why I must hide." There was a pause. I looked at Bessie, and our eyes met. I took the police advertisement from my pocket and handed it to her in silence. She read it at a glance, and read also my meaning, that I would not let her decide what to do without knowing all the facts. She gave it back to me with a smile. "While you were at the station, Paul, I had a quarrel with Gretchen. She was insolent, so I discharged her on the spot." I breathed a sigh of relief. She was with me in the resolve to stand by Althea, let the consequences be what they might. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 3. Chalice. We had great difficulty in persuading Althea to remain with us, and should not have succeeded if Bessie had not put on her hat and vowed that she would go with her wherever she went. Then we came to a compromise. Althea was to stay that night and decide on her plans the next morning. By that time I had induced Chalice to try and clear away one at least of the tangles by letting the facts be told about the Prince von Graven, and to get the Prince himself to ascertain the real cause for the steps against Althea. I sent a note to him, hinting at the reason why I wished to see him immediately, and he answered the letter in person. He professed himself greatly distressed at what had occurred, but it had not suggested itself to him that he should remedy matters by acknowledging the truth. "I will be frank with you, Mr. Bastable. The greatest pressure has been put upon me to induce me to to consent to my betrothal to the Princess von Altenfeld, and this is apparently the result of my refusal." "But do you seriously think a drastic step like this would be taken on such a slight foundation?" I objected. "I haven't thought about that. It is drastic, isn't it? But you know the Emperor is liable to fits of temper." "The order for the arrest issued from the office of Count von Felsen. Will you make inquiries as to its real reason?" "Of course I will. The Minister and I are unfortunately at daggers drawn. He is jealous of the favour with which the Emperor honours me. I will do all I can." "There is certainly one other thing you can do, Prince." He began to fidget uneasily at this. "I mean, explain the mistake and that it is Fräulein Charlize Mennerheim whom you desire to marry." "My dear sir, I would marry her tomorrow, but she will not have even an open betrothal. What can I do?" Where Charlize was concerned, he was obviously like clay in the hands of the potter. "I am going to see her at once," I said as I rose. "If you can prevail with her, you will do me the greatest favor in the world," he exclaimed eagerly, grasping my hand with warmth. I went off then to see Charlize, leaving the Prince to go to Althea. It required very slight discernment to see that we should do little with him. He had his own battle to fight at court, and that was more than sufficient to monopolize all the firmness he possessed. And I expected but little more help from Charlize. An incident to which I attached no significance at the time occurred as I entered the house of Frau Steiner, where Althea and Charlize had their lodgings. I gave my card to the servant, and she took it first into a room leading off one hall, and then carried it upstairs. While I was waiting, a dark, striking-looking Jewess came out as if to leave the house. She stopped suddenly, surprised to see me still in the hall, hesitated, and then returned quickly to the room. I knew her by sight. Her name was Hagar Ziegler. She was the daughter of a moneylender whose shady methods I had had to investigate on more than one occasion while I had been on the newsletter. I was called upstairs to Charlize a moment later and thought no more of the incident. I had not expected to find Charlize very concerned about Althea, and was not therefore surprised when she received me as calmly as though I were making just an ordinary call. "This is a delightful surprise, Herr Bastable," she exclaimed with a lovely smile as she gave me her hand. "But you catch me in dishabille. I was practising." As a matter of fact, she was rather elaborately gowned, and I knew she was very particular in such matters. There was very little of the girl about Charlize. "I should ask your pardon for coming at such an hour and without notice, but I have come about Fräulein Korpa." "About Althea? Oh, that is good of you. Of course I've been terribly anxious about her, and worry is so bad for the voice." "I sympathize with you, I am sure." Her sense of humor was not keen, and she accepted this as quite genuine. "Everyone is so good to me," she murmured. "And where is Althea?" "Do you not know what occurred yesterday afternoon?" "I was at Herr Grumpel's all the afternoon. I had a most trying lesson. He was in a horrible temper, and quite put me out. Well, when I came home Althea was gone, instead of having some tea ready for me. And when I asked where she was, that stupid girl, Lotta, said something nonsensical about the police having been here. Such rubbish, of course." "Unfortunately, it was quite true. An attempt was made to arrest her." "Herr Bastable, you don't mean it!" Surprise, no other feeling in this, no grief, no concern even. "Whatever for?" As if it had been Althea's fault. "It was on your account," I said bluntly. "Because of the mistake you have allowed people to make in regard to the Prince von Graven." She was not in the least embarrassed. "So you know that? I am so glad. It is such a relief not to have to keep these tiresome secrets from one's friends. I couldn't tell you before, could I? You see, it was Althea's secret as much as mine, and the prince's too. He is so devoted to me, and such a sweet man. You don't appear to grasp the real gravity of the matter, I'm afraid. Oh, that is unkind. Of course I do. I wouldn't have dear Althea get into any trouble on my account for the world. Then, of course, you will let the truth as to the prince be known at once. Herr Bastable! Eyes, expression, voice, gestures, everything eloquent of indignant surprise at the suggestion. Why, then they might arrest me. On the contrary, the prince is eager to marry you at once. But my voice, my debut, you don't understand. Herr Grumpel declares that I shall make such a reputation as... She threw up her hands as though it were impossible to estimate the fame awaiting her. How can you be so cruel? Besides, it would ruin the prince with the emperor. You would not have him ruined just for poor little me. I was fast losing patience. It is rather a question whether you are to ruin Fräulein Althea by keeping silence. Her features drew together as if she were going to cry. Do you mean that Althea wishes this? That she would selfishly sacrifice my future in this way? She may be in very serious danger if it should be known that she is the daughter of Baron von Ringheim. But who is likely to tell that? She asked with an air of quite artless innocence, and then added quickly, besides, in that case it would be of no use to say anything about the prince. It was useless to break oneself against the wall of such selfishness as this, so I tried a different argument. Let me show you one way in which you can turn this matter to your own great advantage. All sign of tears passed away instantly. Your future depends upon your securing the favor of the court. Now, if you were to submit yourself to the Emperor's will in the matter of the Imperial Marriage and sacrifice your wishes in regard to the Prince because you have just heard of the Imperial desires, His Majesty would highly appreciate your self-sacrifice. The whole country would ring with your romantic self-denial, and you would gain a bigger advertisement for your debut than any singer ever enjoyed in this empire. She saw all this in a flash, and her eyes shone with the light of ambitious desire. "Oh, Herr Bastable, but do you think it could be done?" "Shall I make some inquiries? I have friends on whom I can rely." "Oh, you would be the best friend a poor lonely girl could have in the world. But we must be quite certain first, mustn't we?" "You would lose the man you love, remember?" She sighed and cast down her eyes, a picture of beautiful resignation. "It would be terrible," she murmured, "but there is dear Althea to think of, isn't there? It is perhaps my duty." She pressed my hand warmly at parting, and urged me to come again as soon as I had any news to bring, and before I left the house I heard her rich melodious voice ring out. She had resumed her practice. As I closed the front door behind me, I saw Hagat Ziegler again. She was now in close conversation with Hugo von Felsen, and as I did not wish him to know of my visit to Chalice at such a time, I walked off in the opposite direction. He had seen me, however, and presently came hurrying after me. "Ah, Herr Bastable, it is you, then," he said as he reached me. "How did you find the ladies?" "I don't know that I am much concerned to tell you," I answered curtly. "Has Fräulein Althea returned? Isn't that an extraordinary affair?" "I really have no time to discuss gossip with you." "I think it will be worth your while," he replied meaningly. "I heard of your change of plans, too, when you were actually at the station. My friend Bernhoff told me. He is a grand fellow, Bernhoff." "A testimonial from you is certainly a strong recommendation," I replied as nastily as I could speak. But he only smiled and spread out his hands. "I'm afraid you are still angry with me on account of that chat of ours the other night at the Olsens' dance about Fräulein Althea, but I'm not a fellow to bear malice, and you know, as everyone knows, how intensely I admire her." "I don't care a hang whether you bear malice or not." "You are very difficult, Bastable, but really I wish to be your friend and to warn you. People are talking about you." "Let them talk, then." "This visit to this house here on the morning after Fräulein Althea's disappearance, your sudden change of plans yesterday, the hurried visit of Prince von Graven to your house this morning, these things cause questions." And he gave me a very sly, significant smile. "As you appear to be asking them, the best thing you can do is to answer them in your own way. Good morning." And with that I turned on my heel. But although I could get rid of him, I could not so easily shake off the unpleasant impression his words had made. He had certainly been spying on me. Why? Could he have any suspicion of the truth? The more I considered matters, the closer appeared to be von Felsen's connection with them. It was he who had first told me of the prince's supposed love for Althea. He had hinted at the probable effect of the Kaiser's anger. It was from his father's office that the order for the arrest had come, and as he was in that office, it was highly probable, almost certain indeed, that on the night of the dance he had already known it was to be made. The thing looked like cause and effect, but then there was the fact that he had laid stress on his admiration for Althea. He could not wish to see a girl he cared for in the rough clutches of the police. The thing was absurd. It was a fair presumption, however, that he was trying to find her. His knowledge of the prince's visit to me that morning showed that someone was shadowing the prince, and the spy had carried the news straight to von Felsen. I had certainly blundered badly in letting the prince come to Althea's hiding place. He had known also of my visit to Chalice, and then it occurred to me that Hagar Ziegler had been used for that purpose. The Steiners were Jews, and she might well be a friend. I recalled her manner when she had come hurrying out as I stood in the hall. She had been going to leave the house. Was it to carry word to him, and had she brought him there to wait for me when I left? The whole business was a very ugly complication, and the best thing would be for us to smuggle Althea out of Berlin, while I set to work to straighten it out. I returned home, both puzzled and ill at ease, to report the result of my interview with Chalice, and Bessie met me with news of another twist in the skein. "Aunt Charlotte has arrived, Paul," she said, with a very long face. "The deuce! Why, she wasn't to come for a week or so." "Well, she's here anyway. You'd better come up to her room and see her at once." And she turned and ran upstairs. "She does these odd things, you know." My aunt was a particularly nervous person, and about the last we wanted to have in the house at such a time. I followed Bessie, wondering what sort of explanation of Althea's presence I could make. "Have you told her about Althea?" I asked. "She will only think she is staying with us in the ordinary way," replied Bessie, pausing with her hand on the door-knob. "And you'd better be careful. She has one of her headaches after the travelling. You know what she is at such times." She was lying on the sofa with her back to the light, her long greyish curls straggling over her shoulder, and a handkerchief pressed to her brows. "I am sorry to hear you have a bad headache after your journey, Aunt Charlotte," I said as I tiptoed across to her couch. She gave a faint little moan of pain and held out 3 fingers in a way I knew well. I just touched them. "I am very glad to see you," I murmured as she withdrew them quickly. "Don't make a noise, Paul," said Bessie, as she knelt down by the sofa. A most unnecessary caution, for I was not moving. "Men are so rough, are they not, Aunt? Shall I bathe your head, dear? Get the scent, Paul, on the mantelpiece." I tiptoed to the other end of the room, and Bessie called, "Hush!" in a very aggressive whisper. As I turned, bottle in hand, I noticed that they were both shaking with what looked uncommonly like suppressed laughter, and as I reached the sofa again, Bessie got up giggling. Then I understood and joined in the laughter, and Aunt Charlotte let me see her face. "You ought to have known her hand, Paul," cried Bessie. "One would suppose you had never seen it before." "All right, grin away. You had me. Those curls took me in. They are Aunt Charlotte's to the life." "They may well be. It's the wig she left here last time." "Is your head too bad to let you stand up so that I can see your dress, Aunt?" I asked. "It is all Bessie's work," said Althea as she stood up. "It's great," I agreed. "I believe I should have passed you in the street, and I am sure I should if you had a veil on." And then Bessie explained how she had been thinking it all out. "And now about Chalice. Wasn't she in terrible distress?" asked Althea. "No, she appeared to think that you would be all right, and had not worried in the least." Bessie coughed significantly and glanced at me. I went on to describe what had passed, and Althea was as firm as ever in her resolve not to do anything which would prejudice Chalice's prospects. I held my tongue about the last argument I had used with Chalice. "I've seen others beside Chalice," I said presently. "Hugo von Felsen. I have the idea that he is in some way mixed up in this. Can you tell me of any reason why he would be likely to take a hand?" Althea paused a second and then looked up with a smile. "He wishes me to marry him. He has asked me more than once, and the only benefit I ever had from the supposed attentions of the prince was a relief from his. Why does that make you look so serious?" she asked with another smile, seeing my grave look. I am thinking." "It's a big effort for Paul," bantered Bessie. I gestured impatiently. "Tell me, do you think it possible he can have guessed your secret about your father, I mean?" "Yes, he knows it. Why do you ask that?" "Because things are forcing me to the conclusion that in some way or other he is at the bottom of all the trouble. I don't understand it yet, but I will before long if I have to drag it out of him by force." But I would not alarm them by saying anything of von Felsen's suspicions that Althea was with us. I knew it well enough now, however, and recognized to the full the danger which it boded. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 4. Ephraim Ziegler. Althea's statement that von Felsen had pressed her to marry him made it plain to me that he was pulling the strings in everything, although why he should endeavor to secure her arrest in order to further his purpose baffled me. If his motive were jealousy, however, it was possible that he would call a halt when he learned the truth about the prince. I urged Althea to let me tell him, but she would not. Her quixotic regard for Chalice stood in the way. Nor would she adopt the alternative advice I tendered, that Aunt Charlotte should leave Berlin as secretly and mysteriously as she had arrived. Nothing was left for me, therefore, but to cast about for some other means of dealing with von Felsen. In the meantime, I knew he would lose no time in confirming his suspicions as to Althea's whereabouts. This was soon made plain. I was speaking to Bessie when von Bernhoff's cart was brought to us, and when he was shown up, von Felsen was with him. Von Bernhoff introduced him to Bessie, and he made himself insinuatingly polite to her. A lot of small talk followed, a good deal of it about my interrupted journey, and von Bernhoff asked if I was going on the following day. "I don't think Aunt Charlotte will let you go, Paul," said Bessie, who was as cool and self-possessed as possible. "Frau Ellicott has come, then," said von Bernhoff, who had known of the intended visit. "I shall be glad to see her again. She is a charming lady." "She arrived this morning," said Bessie in the most matter-of-fact tone. "You should see Frau Ellicott," said von Bernhoff to von Felsen, who had pricked up his ears at this. "She is a perfect type of an English lady." "I shall hope for the honor of being presented," he smirked. "She will be delighted, I am sure. Lieutenant von Bernhoff is a favorite of hers, and any friend of his may count upon her good graces." I thought Bessie was carrying things a bit too far, but von Felsen was keeping an eye on me, and I could not warn her. "Today she has a bad headache. You may remember how a journey upsets her." "Ah, yes, indeed." And von Bernhoff shrugged his shoulders with a gesture of commiseration. "I remember, too, how interested she was in Fräulein Chalice Mannheim. More than once she has spoken to me in raptures about her voice." "She is passionately fond of music, and used to be a great singer herself," was Bessie's absolutely composed reply. "This news about Fräulein Korper will interest her greatly, then," interjected von Felsen, and I saw why Chalice's name had been dragged in so clumsily. Bessie was on the point of replying when we heard footsteps in the room overhead and the sound of someone singing the jewel song from Faust. Then the door above was opened and the voice sounded nearer. The singer came downstairs. "One of Fräulein Chalice's songs," said von Felsen with a grin. Bessie rose. She was quite cool. "Aunt Charlotte must be better, Paul. I'll go and see if she will not come down to see Lieutenant von Bernhoff." Von Felsen hastened to open the door for her and took the opportunity of glancing up the stairs. "She has a young voice, your aunt," he said to me as he closed the door behind Bessie. "She is no longer a young woman, as you will see." "If she is well enough to come to us," he retorted meaningly. "At any rate her headache is better," grinned von Bernhoff, and then we sat in silence until Bessie returned, laughing merrily. "A most ridiculous mistake, Paul. I don't know how we could be so stupid. It was Ellen singing, our maid, you know," she added to the others. "Aunt Charlotte opened the door to tell her to be quiet. She is very angry at having been woke up." Then came another mishap. The two men were murmuring their obviously insincere regrets when Ellen entered and said the Prince von Graven wished to see me. "Show him up," I said, with a sort of feeling that nothing mattered now. Von Felsen gave such a leer of triumph that I could have kicked him. "He is indeed an ultimate friend of yours, Bastable. 2 visits in one day." And with that the two men went, meeting the prince on the landing. "I could almost cry with vexation," whispered Bessie. "It's too serious for tears, Bess. Was Althea coming down here?" She nodded. I was just in time to stop her. "She might almost as well have come," I grunted. "You had better leave me alone with the prince. Try and persuade Althea to make a bolt of it." The interview with the prince was very short. Eagerness to learn the result of my visit to Chalice had brought him, together with the desire to tell me he had found out that the arrest was not ordered by the Kaiser, who knew nothing about it. I told him what had passed between Chalice and myself. "I was afraid of it, but of course she must have her own way," he declared feebly. "Do you think she has the right to ruin Fräulein Althea, then?" "It is most perplexing, baffling. I do not see what to do." "Not to tell the truth is simply cowardly," I said with some warmth. "Herr Bastable!" and he drew himself up to his full height. "To place one woman in danger merely for another woman's caprice is cowardly, Prince von Graven, and you are chiefly responsible." "Do you speak in this way with Fräulein Althea's sanction?" "On the contrary, she is all too willing to sacrifice herself." "Then it is scarcely pertinent to the matter." "Pertinent or impertinent, it is the truth," I declared bluntly, disgusted at his indifference to Althea's welfare. "Are you seeking to force a quarrel upon me, sir?" "No, I am merely trying to rouse you to do what you ought to do." "I am the best judge of that." "Then we may as well end the interview," and I threw open the door. He was bursting with indignation. "I am extremely disappointed in you, Herr Bastable." "A mutual feeling, I assure you, Prince," and I bowed him out. I was glad to be rid of him. His news that the arrest was not at the Kaiser's bidding confirmed my belief that I must deal with von Felsen as the chief instigator, and I must lose no time in getting to work to checkmate him. I knew a good deal about him. He had lived a wasted, dissipated life, and was deep in the hands of the Jews, and the fact that I had seen him with Hagar Ziegler led me to think I could get from her father what I wanted, something discreditable which would enable me to pull him up short. Old Ephraim Ziegler was under a considerable obligation to me. During my newspaper work I had refrained from taking a certain line in regard to a very dirty transaction in which he was concerned, and had saved the old Jew from being prosecuted. He knew this, and had more than once expressed himself anxious to show me some practical appreciation of that service. I was shown at once into his office, and he received me with more than unctuous civility. "Ah, Herr Bastable, this is indeed an honor," he said, rubbing his fat hands together, while his beady eyes searched my face in doubt whether I had again come to undo some of his questionable work. "So you haven't forgotten me?" "Forgotten you!" he cried, spreading wide his arms. "You are one of the only friends poor Ephraim Ziegler ever had. You come on business? A little money, eh?" I shook my head. "Oh no, not that." This disconcerted him somewhat. He jumped to the conclusion that it must be something unpleasant. I let him think that for a while and, referring to one of the former cases, hinted that I had come to warn him, and that something had been discovered which might mean trouble for him. But I ended with an assurance that personally I would not do anything against him. Then I rose as if to leave. He trembled and was very frightened. His flabby cheeks paled, and his voice shook as he pressed me to stay. "It is such an honor you do me," he declared. Thus pressed, I resumed my seat, and we chatted about a number of matters until I brought the talk around to von Felsen, mentioning his name casually among several others. "He's one of the flies in your web, you old spider," I laughed. "He owes me a lot of money, that young man," he said. It was his habit to gloat over his cunning in such matters. "But it will be all right in the end." "Where's he to get it from to pay you? Not from his father?" "Not from his father, that is true. But he will get it, he will get it." And he sat pressing his fingertips together with such an air of satisfaction that it set me thinking. I remembered that he was a Pole and had been mixed up once before with one of the Polish schemes. "There are other things besides money to pay debts with, eh?" I put all the significance I could into the question and winked at him. "You old fox." "You almost make me afraid of you, Herr Bastable. You get to know so much," he answered after a pause, and with a leer intended to flatter me. "Would you like to know what I do know about this?" I laughed. "Your almost would then be quite, I assure you." And I rose again as if to leave. "Oh, no, no, don't go yet," he cried eagerly. Down I sat again with a shrug as if to please him. "You want to find out how much I do know, eh? But I did not come to discuss politics." I paused intentionally on the word, and the effect satisfied me. But just to warn you about that old Martin affair. You can't pump me, but you'd better go carefully in both concerns." His uneasiness showed that my old experience with him stood me in good stead now. He had a wholesome fear of my sources of information. He paused, hunched up in his chair, and asked suddenly, "Why did you mention Hugo von Felsen's name to me?" I had an inspiration and resolved upon a shot. I took out my cigarette case, selected one with great care, and as I lit it, looked across at him. "Your daughter is a very handsome girl, Ziegler." The shot told instantly. "You mean something, Herr Bastable," he cried, leaning forward in his eagerness. "You are my friend. You must tell me. I love my Hagar. She is the light of my life. Tell me," he repeated. I wished with all my heart that I could, but I could only look as if my secret knowledge would fill an encyclopedia. This spurred his eagerness. "Ah, my friend, my dear Herr Bastable, you must tell me," he urged. I shook my head. "You are a very clever old spider, but someone is blabbing. Look out." It was a safe, general sort of shot, and added to his mystification. He bit his nails and his eyes rolled from side to side rapidly. It was his way when deeply moved. "Do you mean about Hagar?" he asked at length. I knew by this that there was something more important than Hagar behind. He would always put the less important consideration in front. "No, it's the other affair about the—" I broke off, and his eyes fastened on mine as if to read in them the rest of the sentence. "But it's no affair of mine," I added with a shrug. "Why should I bother myself? But don't forget my warning." "Do you mean we have been betrayed? That there is a spy among us?" I turned grave for an instant. "I name no names, Ziegler, but someone gave you away the other day when you failed." The effect of this second shot was startling. God of my fathers, if I thought it was von Felsen, I would— He clenched his hands in rage. I was almost as excited as he was, but I took care he should not see it. Von Felsen was mixed up in these Polish schemes, and if I could get at the truth, I should have him in the hollow of my hand. "It wasn't von Felsen," I said to reassure him. "He's too deep in, and too much in your power to chatter. You know that, and I shan't give you away. I have too much sympathy with your cause. But it wasn't von Felsen, I assure you that, although I bear him no good will." I had succeeded in convincing him that I knew a lot, and he had not a suspicion that I had been merely guessing on the strength of the hints he himself had dropped. He sat a long time thinking, and was greatly disturbed. "You have startled me, Herr Bastable, but I know you sympathize with the cause. I know that from what you have written in your paper. But why do you bear ill will to Hugo?" "Hugo, eh?" He spoke or thought of him by his Christian name. The inference was easy. Von Felsen was playing a double matrimonial game. "When may one offer congratulations, Ziegler?" I asked with a smile. I could afford to smile, for I was winning hands down. "It is Hagar's wish. She loves him, and she will be a countess too." 2 excellent reasons, and meanwhile you find him useful to get... Again I broke off the sentence and finished with a knowing smile. "You are the devil, Herr Bastable," he replied with a laugh. "Well, it is at least useful to be able to get inside information when very important papers are in the hands of an imperial messenger, eh?" "I don't know what you mean by that," he answered, wagging his head. I affected to take offence. "It's enough for my purpose that I do. Is it worth while to try and fool me? I don't take to it easily, you know." "I am not trying it," he protested. "Then don't pretend that von Felsen isn't in all this with you. I know too much. And now, look here, I'll tell you the real object of this visit. Von Felsen is trying a fool's game with me, and it has to stop. I know he daren't go against you, Ziegler, and you daren't go against me, even if your friendship for me were less than it is." My tone alarmed him. "What is he doing? I have influence with him, of course." "What he is doing may turn out to touch you pretty closely, but never mind what it is for the present. Give me a line to him, that I am your friend and that anything he does against me is the same as if done against you." "Of course I will," he consented. He wrote a few lines quickly and handed them to me. "My dear Hugo, Herr Bastable is a great friend of mine. Any service to him is a service to me, and the reverse. Ephraim Ziegler." "That will do. And now a last word. Not a syllable to him or anyone of what has passed between us today." "I give you my honor, my dear Herr Bastable," he agreed readily. "I shall hear if you talk, mind, and if I do, well, I shall take it as a sign that I am to talk on my side, and I shall." I left him with that, and walked out of his office on excellent terms with myself. I was convinced that von Felsen was so tight in the toils that the letter I had obtained would frighten him consumedly. But I little thought of the grim results which were to flow from that afternoon's conversation. I hurried home as fast as I could, and it was fortunate that I did so. As my cab drew up at the house, I found von Felsen and Dormont at the open door. I saw the move at once, without von Felsen's smug explanation. "Herr Dormont has a question to put to your sister, Bastable, about Fräulein Althea." "I trust I am not intruding, Herr Bastable," said Dormont apologetically, "but Herr von Felsen tells me Miss Bastable has expressed the wish to give me important information." "Von Felsen is wrong. My sister does not know any more than I do, but come into my den here and I'll see if she is at home," I replied indifferently. "Your servant already told us she is," put in von Felsen. "Then I'll go and fetch her," and I handed out my cigars and left them. It was a tight corner, but of course Dormont must not see Bessie. It would at once reveal the trick I had played him at the station. Yet to deny her after Ellen's admission that she was at home would be the tamest subterfuge which he would see through in a second. There was only one course: to call von Felsen out, face him with Ziegler's letter, and make him get rid of Dormont. I was about to do this when another blow fell. Ellen came running up to me, white of face and trembling. "There are a number of police at the door, sir." A loud knock at that instant confirmed her words. It was a pretty fix in all truth, and I stood hesitating in perplexity what to do, when the knocking was repeated more insistently. Obviously, there was nothing for it but to admit the police, so I sent Ellen downstairs and prepared to meet the crisis with as bold a face as possible. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 5. Althea's Story. I opened the door and found 3 men there, 2 of them in police uniform. "Herr Dormont is here?" asked one of them. "Yes," I said, and they entered. "We must see him at once." "Certainly." I went to the room where Dormont sat with von Felsen. "Some of your men wish to see you, Herr Dormont." He jumped up quickly, and the next moment I breathed freely again. Instead of fresh trouble, the visit was a rare stroke of luck. He had left word where he was to be found, and the men had come with an urgent message for him to go to the police headquarters at once. He excused himself to me hurriedly, and a minute later he and the others had left the house. I had scared myself for nothing. I returned to von Felsen. "Herr Dormont has been recalled to his office. Why did you bring him here?" "I thought you would like him to be perfectly satisfied that it was your sister whom he saw at the station," he replied, forcing a laugh. "You think it wasn't, then?" He was still laughing maliciously. "He described her as a dark girl." "And you thought I had misled him, eh?" "Fräulein Althea is dark," he replied significantly. "It didn't occur to you, I suppose, that I might have been doing a good turn for any other dark girl, a Jewess, for instance?" "I don't know what you mean." "A friend of Ephraim Ziegler's, for instance." "What are you driving at?" "It's getting near to my turn to laugh, von Felsen." "Fräulein Althea is in this house," he rapped out sharply. "You helped her to get out of Dormont's clutches at the station, and you are sheltering her here." "Assume for a moment that she is here. Mind you, I don't admit it. But assume it. What were you going to gain by putting Dormont on the track? I want the truth, you know. Suppose you had succeeded in putting her in the hands of the police. How would that help you?" He rose. "Mind your own business," he said angrily. "No, it's yours I'm minding just now. You are going to stop this hunting down of Fräulein Althea. If you don't, I shall turn hunter myself, with you as the quarry. You are not worth quarrelling with, so you needn't trouble yourself to stand sneering there. I shan't take any notice. Just read this." I handed him the letter which Ziegler had given me. He started nervously as he read it, changed colour, and looked at me with an expression of bitter hate. "I asked Herr Ziegler when I might congratulate him on Hagar's marriage," I said with a smile. "And that's one reason why I want to know your reason for what you are doing against Fräulein Althea. You profess to wish to marry her, you know, and even the son of a powerful minister can't marry them both." His confusion and anger were so intense that he could not find any reply to make to my jibe. He dropped back into his seat and sat biting his nails and scowling. I was delighted with my success. "Well?" I asked at length. "A bit awkward, isn't it? I told you it was getting to be my turn to laugh, but I'm ready to come to an understanding. Drop this hunting business, and I'll hold my tongue to Ziegler." "You've cornered me," he admitted with an oath. Then he laughed and swore again. "It wasn't my doing." "What wasn't?" About Althea. I had to seem to wish it. It's my father's plan." "You did the seeming very realistically," I retorted dryly. "What are you going to do?" "Marry the Ziegler girl when the time comes. I have no choice." And he shrugged his shoulders and sneered. "Why did your father wish you to marry a poor girl like Fräulein Althea?" "If I'm not going to do it, what does that matter?" "Not much, and I'll see that you don't do it," I replied as I rose. "We'll call a halt on both sides. I shan't talk so long as you run straight. But mind you do." And with that I let him go. I was well satisfied with the result of the interview. He was a man on whose fear I could play pretty safely, and his change of manner on regarding the letter had convinced me that he went in deadly fear of the ruin which the wily old Jew held over his head. I did not envy Hagar her prospective husband, but that was her affair. She loved him. Heaven knows there is no accounting for the vagaries of a woman's heart, and if she wished to marry him, she must have her way. But he should not marry Althea. That I was firmly resolved, whether it was his father's idea or not. Not if the Emperor himself and the whole court were set upon it. What the real reason might be behind the scheme I had not yet fathomed, but I had done well enough and would find out the rest. There was no longer any urgent reason for Althea to leave the house, and elated with my success, I ran up to tell the others my news. I found Althea alone. She did not hear my knock at the door, and was sitting by the window buried in thought, her face resting on her hand and gazing out across the city. She started at my entrance and looked around hurriedly. "I am afraid I'm disturbing you," I said. No, please come in, Mr. Bastable. Bessie insisted on going out to look for some place to which I can go on leaving here. She declares she will go with me, but I—" She broke off with a little shrug of protest. She was pale, and her eyes had a worried, anxious expression. I had not been alone with her since her arrival at the house. I had purposely avoided that, indeed, for fear lest some sign of my love for her should escape me. While she remained in our care, I could not, of course, give even a hint of my feelings. It had not been so difficult to assume indifference in Bessie's presence, but alone with her I was afraid of myself. "She would go, of course, but fortunately it will not be necessary for either of you to leave," I said in a level tone. She smiled. "I read in that you have been able to help me yet further. Tell me, unless you have no time to spare." "I think I have been able to call a halt in all this." And I went on to describe von Felsen's trick of bringing Dormund to the house, and how I had succeeded in checking him by means of the information about Hagar. "You think he will marry that Jewess?" "I think he goes in terror of her father, and that the Jew holds his fate in the hollow of his hand." She nodded and was silent for a space, and then shook her head. "Will you tell me what you know of Ephraim Ziegler?" "Do you know him?" I asked in surprise. She paused again, sighed, and glanced at me. "I owe you so much that I am bound to tell you everything. I am sure you will not betray me." She stretched out her hand and laid it on my arm with a wistful gesture. My pulses beat fast at the contact. "I hope you feel that." "Of course I do," she said simply, withdrawing her hand again. For a moment she turned away and gazed out of the window, the red glare of the setting sun lighting her face. "He is a Pole, like my father, and you know the dream of every Pole, national independence. We have been foully wronged, and deep down in every Polish heart burns the desire for retribution. In that I, too, am a true Pole." Her eyes were ablaze with the light of enthusiasm as she turned them suddenly upon me. "I would freely give my life for the cause if it could do good, but alas, I know it is but an empty dream. I am not blind." "You have not taken any active part in any movement, surely?" I asked in some dismay. "It is that which is probably behind the attempt to arrest me. The government holds us all for enemies of the state. Any step is held to be fair against my countrymen. They are so conscious of the wrong they have done us that very knowledge urges them further along the road of oppression. I am my father's daughter, and so am suspect. But I have not plotted, as have so many of us, against the government. I know the uselessness. My father has written me often of the plans, and has urged me to use my opportunities here in Berlin for the cause." "And yet you venture to remain here?" "Herr Ziegler is deep in the schemes," she replied, not heeding my question. "You know what the policy is now: to ally ourselves with every disaffected element in the empire, to stir discontent, to band together every section of malcontents, to lose no chance of throwing discredit on the government, and when the time comes, to raise the cry for independence." "And yet you venture to remain here," I repeated. "Do you think I am a coward?" And again she laid her hand on my arm. "No, Mr. Bastable, we Poles are dreamers and visionaries, but we are not cowards." "I should not make that mistake, I assure you." "I have told you because I wish you to know. I would trust my life to you. I have never in all my life had such friends as you and your sister." "I thank you for that," I said in a low voice, averting my eyes that she might not see how deeply her words moved me. She was silent for fully a minute, and my heart was beating so lustily that I half feared she would hear it. "And is your father deeply concerned?" I asked, to break the trying silence. "My dear father," she replied, with a smile and a sigh. "Ah, Mr. Bastable, if you could see him you would smile at your own question. In former years he was a power in the movement, but he is old now, and has brooded so long upon his wrongs that his mind has been affected. He was then indeed an enemy to be counted with, but he is no more his old self. Things are done in his name because of the influence he once wielded, but he himself does them no longer. They have broken him on the wheel of persecution. Pity rather than terror should be the emotion he stirs. But what do the iron rulers of this great empire know of pity?" "And the end?" She tossed up her hands and let them fall on her lap. "Failure, of course, with its accompaniment of more proscriptions, more imprisonments, more tyranny." "But yourself?" "I have done no wrong, and do not fear. Besides, have I not found a friend in you?" And she gave me a bright smile. "I wish you would let that friend see you safe out of the country," I said very earnestly. She shook her head slowly. "I am no coward to fly, but if ever it should come to that and I ask your help, you will not fail me, I know." "On my honor I will not," I cried, all my heart in my voice. "I shall wait for that day." "I am sure of you, Herr Bastable," she replied simply. Again we were silent for a while. I could not trust myself to speak, and this time it was she who broke the silence. "I am very glad I have told you," she said. glad because it is good to share confidence with a friend, and glad, too, because you will see why it is not right for me to remain here, to let you and your sister run this risk on my account. She must not go with me when I leave your house. You understand that now? We shall not let you go. Spoken like a friend, and as I should expect you to speak. But there is another reason. I scarcely know how to speak of it, and yet why should I hesitate? You will understand now. I would gladly stay, oh, so gladly, but I have had to learn to put aside my own desires. There are two deciding motives in my life, my father's welfare and that of Chalice. She does not consider you, I burst out bluntly. I won't hear that, she smiled. I don't wish to hear any discordant note from you. You are not angry that I speak so? She cried quickly as she put out her hand again. I am only sorry that I said it, since it grieves you. Well then, were it not for something you have said now, those motives would drive me to leave you at once. You will think it strange when I say it has to do with Herr von Felsen. Ah, you frown. Surprise only. How can he have anything to do with such a decision? I told you, and I think he has told you also, that he wishes to make me his wife. Her voice dropped as she hesitated over the word. Well? My voice must have betrayed something of the feeling with which I heard this, for she looked up and said hastily, I am speaking to the best friend I ever had, am I not? To one who understands that I have to think of both those who love and trust to me, my father and Chalice. You will have wondered why Hugo von Felsen should entertain such a wish. I will tell you. He knows my secret. I told you that before, you remember? Yes, I remember. Try as I would, I could not make my tone other than hard. He is one of the few who know also the real facts about my father, that he is no longer a power among the Polish irreconcilables, and by the influence of his father, the Count von Felsen, a pardon for my father can be obtained, and our family estates can be restored, not indeed to him, but to my husband, if that husband should be Hugo von Felsen. There was a long pause. There is the Jewess, I said then. It is what you have told me about that which baffles me, she replied with a gesture of bewilderment. How do you know that what he has told you is true? Do you think he is a man to seek as his wife a girl who has no fortune? And I have none at present. Why then does he press this? Just before this attempt to arrest me, he urged me vehemently to marry him at once and secretly. I would not, I could not, I despise him so. And she shuddered. I used the supposed attentions of the prince to put him off. And now, you see, the screw has been turned. The scoundrel, I muttered. Hard words will not solve my dilemma, my friend. I wish they would. And she sighed heavily. It is my turn today. Tomorrow it will be Chalice's and then my father's. I see only one way out, but then there's this Jewess. I sat thinking hard. If there were a way out, you would take it? Her face lighted eagerly for a second, and then fell again. Of course, but there is none. I am not so sure of that. Will you let me try to find one? She thrust out her hand impulsively. With all my heart, she said fervently. Our eyes met as our hands were clasped. Don't give up yet, I said as I rose. We are a long way from being beaten yet. But you must let me take my own course and promise to do nothing without first telling me." "Why, of course, I promise that freely, but the power behind him is very strong." My sister came in then with a very official-looking letter for me. "A very fuzzy individual gave me this for you, Paul, as I was coming in, and said it was urgent." I opened it and found it was a curt summons to an interview on the following morning with von Felsen's father. As I slipped it into my pocket, I saw Althea's eyes fixed on me questioningly. I told her what it was and added with a smile, "I think it should be the first step to the way out." "I have found the very place for us to go, Althea," broke in Bessie. "You may not have to go at all, Bess, and certainly not yet," I told her. "What do you mean?" "Fräulein Althea will explain everything." And with that I went off to think over the whole tangle. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of An Imperial Marriage by Arthur W. Marchmont. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Carolyn. Chapter 6. A Stroke of Luck. As soon as I reached my room, I sat down to look the difficulties of the problem before me fairly in the face. And formidable enough they were. The interview with Althea had shifted the axis of everything. What I had deemed the mere comedy of the Imperial Marriage, a matter which a few words of explanation would set right instantly, had developed into a grave drama in which Althea's future was imperilled. And with that was intertwined my own happiness. Her confidence in telling me everything so frankly, no less than the 100 little touches with which it had all been told, had at once raised my own hopes of being able to win her if only I could clear away the tangle, and at the same time had convinced me of her belief that the forces arrayed against us were too formidable to be overcome. I did not make the mistake of underrating them. This summons to Count von Felsen was a proof that I must reckon with powerful court influences, and that if I was not to be beaten, I must find some means of defeating not only von Felsen, but his influential father also. That meant that I must be able to secure the pardon for Althea's erratic father, which was to be the price of her consent to the proposed marriage. For such a purpose it would not be enough to rouse old Ziegler's fury against von Felsen on the score of the latter's contemplated refusal to marry Hagar. Even if that marriage took place, and von Felsen were thus unable to marry Althea, the latter's case would not be helped. Her father would remain unpardoned, and she herself and Chalice would be in the same danger. I must dig deeper than that. I had appreciated this when Althea had been telling me her story, and my thought had been to get von Felsen so completely into my power that I could make terms even with his father. This would be difficult, of course, but not perhaps impossible. If I could but get proofs that he had been acting in collusion with the Polish party, and had actually used his position in his father's office to obtain information and sell it to them, I should have him surely enough. That he had done it, and was going to do it again, my talk with Ziegler had made me pretty certain. But how was I to get the proof? I spent several profitless hours wrestling with that puzzle, and sat far into the night endeavouring to hit on a scheme by which von Felsen might be trapped, only to be utterly baffled, however. If it could be done at all, it would have to be through Ziegler, but how to use him without rousing his suspicions of my purpose I could not see. On the following morning I was starting for the interview with the minister when a letter came from Ziegler asking me to see him on very particular business. Glad of the opportunity to see him so soon without having appeared to seek the interview, I sent word I would call in the course of the morning, and was not a little curious as to what the very particular business would prove to be. I could only hope it would give the opportunity I sought. My reception at the Count's office was very different from what I had anticipated from the peremptory nature of the summons. I did not see the minister himself, but his secretary named Borsen, whom I knew to be closely in his confidence. He had moreover been friendly with me during my time as a newspaper correspondent. He received me very pleasantly and shook hands with a great show of cordiality. "I just want to have a little informal chat over matters with you, my dear Bastable, in a perfectly frank and friendly way," he said with a smile. "The invitation was not exactly informal, Borsen," I replied. "Ah, well, you know we are sticklers for red tape. If I had been in London I should have dropped in on you without any invitation at all, but here—" and he flourished his hands as a finish to the sentence. "I should have been pleased to see you in Berlin also," I laughed, adapting my manner to his. "But you have visitors, and I might have been in the way, you see." "Visitors?" I repeated with a lift of the brows. "Ah, let us be perfectly frank with one another." "Certainly. Will you lead the way?" "Well, we know that Fräulein Korper is in your house." He paused for me to make the admission. "If she were, I should certainly know it. My sister would scarcely—" "Won't you admit it?" he interrupted, "and save time?" "Hadn't you better tell me first why you think it?" He laughed. "You were leaving Berlin and changed your plans at the last moment. At the station you were with your sister, whose looks had so changed. She was dark, you know, not fair, and no one could recognize her. The dark young lady drove with you to your house. Your German servant, Gretchen, I think her name is, saw her on her arrival. You discharged that most worthy young woman suddenly. There is a lady in your house who sings the songs of the accomplished Charlize Mennerheim in a voice which is the counterpart of Fräulein Korper's. Need I say more?" "My dear Borsen, nobody knows better than you the absolute unreliability of mere circumstantial evidence. Herr Dormund came yesterday to see my sister, and would instantly have recognized her as the lady he saw at the station, but just as she was coming down to him he had to leave the house." "Very well, then, we'll assume she is not there. But report says you take a deep personal interest in her. Do you know who she is?" And he went on to tell me what Althea herself had already told me about the Baron von Ringheim, her father, his ill reputation as an irreconcilable, the desire to arrest him, and further that Althea herself was believed to have been helping him in his designs. "All of which means?" I asked when he ended. "That I am sure your knowledge of political matters and police methods here in Berlin will render you extremely unwilling to run counter to them in any way." "I am much obliged to you for the warning, Borsen, and now suppose we get on to the real purport of this interview." "As blunt as ever, eh?" he laughed. "Well, my dear fellow, of course, if she was in my house and your people knew it, you'd send straight away and arrest her, and then probably do something unpleasant to me for having helped her. Why don't you?" That may come, and be followed by the arrest of Fräulein Charlize Mannerheim as well. But we don't wish to involve you in any bother, you know, and if you were found to have helped her to escape, it might be very awkward for you. It might really. Oh, I think I have friends influential enough to see me through a little thing like that. Shall we get on? You spoke of frankness, remember? Well, in the first place, I am bound to warn you, but we also wish to deal very confidentially with you. The fact is that a marriage has been arranged between her and Count von Felsen's son, young Hugo von Felsen, you know. I wish, for his father's sake, that I knew less about him, or rather, that there was less to know. I know also that the Count is very anxious to see him settling down a bit, but what I am not sure about is why a girl like Fräulein Korper should be sacrificed in the interest of a thorough-paced young scoundrel like Hugo von Felsen. You put it rather strongly, but he is not a very brilliant type, perhaps. Still, we can't talk of sacrifice. As a matter of fact, such a marriage would be of the greatest advantage to the lady herself. His Majesty would pardon her father, and all the family estates and property, confiscated on his banishment, would be restored. You can see for yourself the advantages to her and her people. Another imperial marriage, eh? I said dryly. And the Prince von Graven? That is another reason why she must really consent. If the Emperor were to get wind of that matter, well, the consequences were too terrible to be told in words. It's a pretty mix-up anyhow, said I. It was clear that secret about Charlize had been kept at any rate. And not particularly chivalrous to attack the girl in the case. But now, suppose I had sufficient influence to induce her to abandon that prince business. Could you really do that? He asked eagerly. Persuasion might succeed where force would certainly fail. Now, suppose she did give him up, would the imperial clemency follow, for her father, I mean? That is the Emperor's matter. His Majesty does not make terms, he looks for submission to his wishes. The prince would be a better match than von Felsen, even at the worst. Drive matters, and you may find some morning you have driven those two to the altar, I said meaningly as I got up. Let me have a day or two to see what can be done. He smiled, but not without some chagrin. I sent for you to warn you, and here you are making terms, as if you were a delegate. My instructions are to tell you frankly that if you interfere in this matter, we shall ask you to return to England. That's better than jail, anyway. But seriously, don't you think it would be useful to have a delegate? Your own term. All said and done, it isn't a pretty story, for the newspapers, say. Going to threaten us now, hanged if you're not. You ought to have gone in for diplomacy. Assurance like that would carry you far, he jested. Well, come and see me again in a day or two and tell me that the prince affair is at an end for a start. I had gained two important things by the interview. Delay, which was invaluable to me, and a confirmation of von Felsen's statement to Althea. I knew Borsen well enough to feel sure that, although he had referred in a tone of jest to his instructions to send me packing from Berlin, they were genuine, and I should have been under orders to leave had he not managed to convince himself that more was to be gained by letting me remain as a delegate. As I had said, it was not a pretty story, and the affair was one which all concerned would be much more willing to settle secretly and peacefully than by force. He remembered no doubt that in a former matter I had won my way by means of suggestive paragraphs in the English papers. Publicity is a fairly sure card to play with the officials of His Imperial Majesty the Kaiser. What I had to do was to make the best use of my time of grace, and I went straight from Borsen to old Ziegler. "This is indeed an act of friendship to come so promptly, Herr Bastable," he declared with customary effusiveness, as he placed a chair for me and put a box of cigars at my elbow. "You said it was urgent, Ziegler. What's the matter?" "There's nothing the matter, at least nothing that I should allow you to be disturbed about. But I want to have a little very confidential chat with you. You will smoke?" I lighted a cigar. "Well?" "I have been thinking over our talk of yesterday and your expressions of sympathy with us, and a curious thing has happened. I have not breathed a word to a soul about that talk, but last night one of our friends mentioned your name with a hint that someone had been talking to you of our plans." "A curious coincidence," I replied dryly. "By my mother's memory, it is nothing more, Herr Bastable. I declare that most solemnly." He was very earnest and appeared to be telling the truth. "You were seen to leave here yesterday, and the question was asked whether you were ferreting out things, or whether you were likely to be in sympathy with our plans and objects." "And what did you say?" I asked with a smile. "I spoke of your expressions of sympathy." "Yes?" I queried. He smiled and rubbed his hands. "You see, you have never before given me a hint." "Intentionally." "Yet I should like to know the extent of your sympathy." "Why?" "You are chary of your words, Herr Bastable." "All the more time for you to talk, Ziegler. Out with it." He rolled his eyes round his head and then let them rest on me. "You make it difficult, but at any rate you will not speak of what I may say." "You know that without my repeating it." "Well, you English are like us Poles in one respect. You all love your country, Herr Bastable. What if I could get you news which closely concerns your country? You would not refuse to hear it or make use of it, eh? Merely because that course would prejudice the German government." "I say nothing until I know more." He lowered his voice and bent toward me. "England would like to know exactly the German policy in naval matters. This government does not wish it known, because it would prejudice the Kaiser. If I had such information, Herr Bastable, could you get it published broadcast in England in such a way as to prevent the source being known?" "Easily and readily, but I must be convinced." "If there were a naval scheme already in the pigeonholes of the government here formulated against England, and based upon knowledge of the strength of the English navy, its publication would make a blaze, eh?" His eyes were positively scintillating with cunning as he fixed them now upon me. "You may gamble on that," I said, "but you'd have to be sure of your facts." "If you were to have the secret papers themselves, eh?" His eyes were off me, so that he missed my start of intense satisfaction at this. To make a pause, I took my cigar from my lips and pretended to relight it. "Von Felsen?" I asked in a casual tone. He was quick enough to detect that my calm tone was assumed, and he shot a very keen glance at me. "Why do you ask that?" "Because I don't trust him, and because he would not have anything to do with it if he thought I was in it." "He will not know, and he will do what I tell him," was the terse reply. And why are you keen on it? Do you think it would do this government any good to be caught in double dealing with a power like England? And he launched into a tirade against the Kaiser and his government, all the venom and bitterness of his hatred apparent in every word. This gave me time to think the thing round. It was just a lovely stroke of good fortune, and all I had to do was so to arrange matters that the proofs of von Felsen's treachery should come directly into my hands. As soon as Ziegler's fury had exhausted itself, we set to work to discuss the details of the plan. He himself was not going to appear in it. That was his invariable practice, I knew. There was to be no jot or tittle of evidence in existence which would incriminate him, except only von Felsen's word, and as he would be the actual thief, his testimony would be entirely discredited. As soon as I perceived this, I offered to take the risk of receiving the papers directly from von Felsen the instant they were ready to be handed over. But I made it an absolute condition that he was not to know that I was in the thing until the very last moment, when he had the papers actually in his possession and was ready to hand them over. The hour and place were then to be communicated to me secretly, and I was to do the rest. That would fit in with my plans well enough, and I agreed readily. "Then there remains only one little point," said Ziegler after a pause. "There will be some money to be paid, of course, and this can only be in return for the papers themselves." "Who is to find it?" "My friends, naturally, but—" He paused with a gesture of doubt. "It is only equally natural that they would wish to have the papers first, and as you are to get them— What do you think, eh?" "How much?" "Only 20,000 marks," he replied lightly, as if £1,000 were a mere bagatelle. Fortunately, I was now in a position to be able to spare such a sum without inconvenience, and would willingly have paid a much larger sum to gain the end I had in view. "Not much difficulty there. You could give me the money, and they could repay you." "My dear Herr Bastable," he cried, lifting his hands in horror at the idea, "do you think I am made of money? Your country is going to gain." "Oh, you want me to find it in the first instance. Very well." "Oh, what a treat it is to do business with an English gentleman like you." His relief at my ready agreement was comic, and I smiled. "And now that settles the whole matter, except that one last little point. You must let me take you to one or two of our friends and let them know that you are in sympathy with our cause." "Stop a moment. I can't turn irreconcilable in that offhand manner." "Let me explain. There are some of my friends who think that you are against us. Some hints have been dropped that you have been making inquiries, and not in our interest." "That I am a spy, eh? You know better than that, Ziegler, don't you?" "I would trust you with my life," he exclaimed grandiloquently. "But it would smooth things if you were to do as I suggest. Secrecy is everything to us, and there are some among us who would go to any extreme if they thought there was treachery anywhere." I paused to take a breath and think. "This matter could not be arranged otherwise," he put in, seeing me hesitate. "Very well. You can assure them I am in full sympathy in this particular matter anyhow, and I'll meet any one of them when you please. But von Felsen must know nothing." It was a risk, of course, but I could not let anything come in the way of my plans, and I left the house well pleased. If matters went as they promised, I should have von Felsen so fast in my power that I could even dictate my terms to his father. For such an end, and all it meant to me, I would have faced 20 times the risk. End of chapter 6.